Chat, this cat. This cat is being a cat. Yeah, yeah, I'm talking shit about you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. How you guys doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I hope you're having a great weekend. Me, I stayed up too late again, but this time it was for a good reason. It's usually for a good reason. But this time. Oh yeah, I was outside. Lenses changed. This time, I made another build. And it's, familiar. It's a familiar thing. Is it a faaaaast build? No. No. Familiar, a different one. But anyway, let's greet everyone first. We got Matt, Mr. Epic Me, Itsukado, Mugai, a sneeze that it's like right there. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Rune, Mahoney, Reckless Monster, McG, Ryorian, Alshin, Newbie, Castrum. Zoomies equals damage. Yes. Be my first raid boss today. First try too. I'm so proud of myself. Let's go, Reckless Monster. Congrats. That's awesome. It's a great feeling, isn't it? The bosses in Wonderland are so rewarding when you take them down. It's just a good feeling. Like rewarding in terms of personal satisfaction is what I mean. Hey, Zenith Mike. Just got the game. Can't wait to play co-op. Let's go. It's a really fun co-op experience in the Chaos Chamber. Highly recommend that. So this is going to be a decent amount of explanation for how this build works, despite it being a pretty simple concept. So we'll just hop right in the game and do the thing. Hey Silver Raid, how are you today? So don't mind that my character looks Amara-ish. That's not important, okay? Don't mind that, okay? It's only very relevant. So this is a Graveborn Stabomancer setup currently. Now this also works as Volatile White Rider. Let's go. That's sick, Blame Orion. Wow, congrats. This also works as a Graveborn Spore Warden build, but I'm electing to stay away from that right now because of the bugs between that combination of multi-classes. Like, I'd have to save quit after every Chaos Chamber run, and I just don't want to do that. So we're going Grave Stabo for the moment. And basically, what this revolves around is this armor. Did you beat the main quests? The bosses in this game are so well done. I agree, Silverade. There's like a couple frustrating attacks here and there, but as a whole, they definitely innovated a lot and did some cool things I've been wanting to see come to the Borderlands franchise in this area where they can try new things with less pushback. And I think that was a great choice. So, after taking non-status effect damage, apply a fire status effect to the Fate Maker, increase movement speed, and leave a fire trail for 3 seconds. While this effect is active, damage dealt is increased by movement speed. So what this means is anytime we get hit by something that isn't a dot, we get a dot on us, we get faster, and we get a damage increase based on how fast we can go. Now, I don't have great stats on this. I have gun damage, which is like, yay, but the missing health is very weak, and the ability damage isn't relevant to this build at all. But it rolled Stabomancer power, Graveborn power, and Lord of Edges. So the skills as a whole on this are pretty good. Everything up here. It's just the passes are a little meh on this. This is Attack Central. Welcome in. It's got Chaos 8 running Graveborn Spellshot spell build. That's very powerful. Yeah, all the spell damage from Spellshot with then Blast Gasp from Graveborn, then you got the healing from Graveborn and the global damage. They just pair very well together, for sure. Hey Viper, how you doing? Is week 2 of Wonderlands the driver week? It sure is. It's all work better or worse with Spore Warden? It works a little bit better in mobbing Mugai with Spore Warden, and situationally a little bit better in bossing. But there's a bug that I do not want to encounter, so I'm choosing not to play that multi-class combo and do Stabo instead. And this armor allows me to kind of do that effectively. So I'll just show you what's going on with this. This will be easier to illustrate initially with this. So I don't have fire puddles right now. I'm just walking around. Now if I do this, the health drain from Dire Sacrifice triggers selective amnesia, which is interesting. It words itself as health drain, but it's actually damage. That's very interesting. And that got me thinking, what if I use Graveborn's other action skill to trigger it a lot? So, once our Reaper comes back here, this has a long cooldown, but we've got a cool way of getting around that in combat. If we activate Reaper of Bones, since that's a constant drain, but is it riveting? I think it's riveting. It's a constant drain, so we just have selective amnesia on. Just permanently. It's just on. And we use the usual tactics of spamming Sanguine Sacrament to heal it off. We've got a body rune equipped, so that will help us heal it off. We've got a Skeep, so that'll help us heal it off. We've got Dread Covenant, so if Reaper is about to end, and as long as you're taking damage over time rather than one really big hit, your Demi-Lich can sometimes, it's inconsistent, so your mileage may vary, your Demi-Lich can sometimes catch it before it ends, and he'll heal you, and then he'll die, of course. But it'll give you another refill on Reaper. So yeah, we can do this. The Steep will help us maintain. We just run around with Selective Amnesia on for a while. I like that. Yeah, I was having a lot of fun messing around with this last night. See, that was the Demi-Lich catching us. He gave us a little bit more time. And because we have investment into Faithful Thralls, his respawn time is only about 25 seconds. So, it's pretty good. We'll say I do partially wish there was a way to turn companions off, because as much as I love Mushroom Bud, I also like to run around my Stabo Spore build without him at times. Yeah, so the bug, Mugai, is something that would be fixed by what Ryorian asked for right there. It's, each Chaos Chamber run you complete will give you another, like, phantom copy of a Mushroom Companion, just kind of floating up in the sky. And this doesn't do anything in gameplay to most of the classes, but Graveborn has this skill, Faithful Thralls, that gives you a global damage increase per companion you have out. Since you can have a bunch of, you can have like 10 floating, invisible, invulnerable Mushroom Companions in the skybox, if you do 10 Chaos Chamber runs, and they all count towards this, there's a lot of cases of people playing Graveborn Spore Warden and being like, hey, what happened to my damage? It's like, yeah, you've been benefiting from this bug. So that's why I'm not maining that for this build. Hey, Big Grizzly, how you doing? But it's okay, because Stabo in this instance, over in this tree, we get a decent chunk of gun damage. We get a lot of movement speed. 24% movement speed in Tier 1 is very strong. We've got another damage scaler for our movement speed. Global damage, that's pretty good. We've got, when we deal melee damage, we get fire rate and spell damage. Now, this might not seem hugely advantageous, but we're going to be swinging a melee weapon for a very, very funny reason. We'll get around to that. And then we've got 1 point in elusive and 1 point in sneak attack. The sneak attack point was a leftover, but elusive allows us to have another way of avoiding damage. The evasion chance is actually quite nice. Then we just go down we We don't strictly need to have the capstone, it just helps with Dark Hydra consistency. That's really the only reason we're using it. But since we're down here for Blast Gasp anyway, 1 point has more value here than it does over here. And Stabo Capstone, I haven't found a way to work that into this build that satisfies me, so subject to change. One Amara build says, this is Driver Amara. Do you think Greyborn Spellshot can make a good companion build? Spellshot's not going to provide anything to the companions, One Pump Dan. And at that point, you're just kind of going to be going in a few different directions, because Spellshot is really good at guns and spells. And with specific gear, you can also convert a lot of that spell damage into melee or ability damage. But there's no real way of converting all of that into companion stuff. So the Spellshot part of your kit won't be helping the Greyborn stuff at all. Unless you're doing a pure Hydra spell and Furior Hydra build, then like, yeah, then that'll work. But that's because they get other forms of scaling, not because they're true companions. So, let me toggle my Chaos stuff real quick. Equip my Loot Luck stuff. Do I have that Loot Luck ward still? I've been messing around with a bunch of different wards, that's why there's so many on me. Morning, Kirk, how you doing? Silent, morning to you as well. Good to see you. Okay, let's put away that Red Hellion. I was testing that for something else. I need to make some room. I'm terrible at making room for these things. Alright, good enough. So we're toggling Chaos to get our Loot Luck to where it's supposed to be. Makes sense because we're making a new character then. Thank you for the response. You're very welcome. And the cool thing about multi-classing in this game is that if one build concept doesn't work on that combination of classes, there's guaranteed to be another concept that does.
I'm all magicked up.
Morning, default in like... That's a lot of letters. I'm not awake enough for that. What's my Loot Luck on this character? Good question. I don't know. How many dice does this character have? Well, the UI is not letting me see. But Loot Luck is just under 10k on this character. It's on the low side. This one didn't get many dice. And that's actually a good thing. That lets me showcase that in the Chaos Chamber, it's not as important as it is for, say, farming outside the Chaos Chamber. By the way, okay, do you think Stabo Burr would make for a strong gun build? It could, yeah, it could. You talk about how bonus elements work in this game. Is the damage on amulets a bonus or boosting existing damage? The damage on amulets is boosting existing damage. So, we run around and do this. Now, I think we have the health bug. Yeah, I think we do. It's unfortunate. Well, let me at least show one thing before we save quit. Need Skeep to be over so Reaper ends. This will be cool. This will be worth it. You guys will like it. Okay. Where's an enemy? So, Reaper Bones has a very long cooldown, right? 50 seconds base. Well, it's coming off cooldown now. I'm gonna save quit so that we get appropriate health values on enemies. We do actually need them to live a little bit longer so that our we have time to melee things. Pickaxe, yeah, we're using a goblin pickaxe with an ancient hilt. And this means that you can kind of shave your 50-second cooldown off into basically nothing. Which really helps with Reaper of Bones builds that don't take, say, Berserker Capstone. Hey Sora, how you doing? Okay, there we go. That's accurate health. And the reason why we took the fire rate and spell damage on melee damage dealt is because we melee to get our cooldown back. So, this gives us a real nice chunk of burst damage when we first engage after getting Reaper back. Because we're a Stabomancer, our class feat helps a lot with our consistency in getting body shot crits with liquid cooling, which lets us sustain it pretty well. And we're gonna need more crits to sustain it with with the amount of fire rate we have. Hey Aaron, how you doing? Is Greyborn really the best secondary class for a spell build? And looking at Berserker, some of those skills are tempting. I've been enjoying Spell Shot Berserker, but in terms of damage peak and survivability ease, yes, it's Spell Shot Greyborn. Greyborn has Blast Gasp. It's short fuse for spells. Greyborn also has the strongest healing skill in the game every time you cast a spell. So those two things alone just kind of make Greyborn nutty for spell stuff. Along with it just having a good kit otherwise. But you can absolutely do spell stuff with Berserker, and that's what my spell shot build is, actually. It's more of a gun build, but the spells do work. Green, we could do green. Go. Thoughts on the game, just compared to the last game of the series? I think Wonderlands has had the best core gameplay at launch out of any of the Lands games Gearbox has put out. It's important to note that Wonderlands is its own separate thing, so in a lot of ways it doesn't compare. But in terms of quality of content at launch of the game, this game absolutely blows the other ones out of the water. Yeah, remember, let's say BL3. BL3 was trying at launch. It had the 3 slaughters, it had the 6 proving grounds, but that's all it had for endgame. BL2 had 1.5 raid bosses at launch. TPS will never really ended up having that much content even later. And then Borderlands 1 didn't have endgame at launch either. Didn't have repeatable slaughters, didn't have Cromerax, because he was DLC, etc., etc. This game launched with an endlessly repeatable endgame mobbing activity that has bosses at the end of each run, and also 4 raid bosses. 4 raid bosses at launch, instead of, at most, if you're very generous, 2 in BL2. But one of them is Vermi, that's not a raid boss. So, like, way more endgame content at launch. That was some DPS. Any preliminary build docs in the works? Work in progress. So yeah, if you like putting together builds and tackling the hardest stuff in the game, this game is definitely up your alley. Alright, so now we're gonna get our cooldown back, just real quick, real casually. Okay, our cooldown's back, so we're gonna get back in Reaper. The way we're doing that is this right here. We got a Goblin Pickaxe. This one happens to be volatile. It's pretty cool. Ancient Hilt with Goblin Pickaxe. So every time we hit, we get 5% of our cooldown back from the Ancient Hilt. But stacking up to 5 times every time we hit the Pickaxe effect will spawn gold, and every time we pick up that gold, we get 6% cooldown and movement speed. So more damage and more cooldown from this. The Quali. I've never heard that one before, Mukro. How you doing? Don, good to see you. Fast? Yeah, Rapid Fire's seen this already. Yeah. Seriously considering buying this, but I don't know if I should get it on Xbox or PC. If you do go for it on not Xbox, on PC, Luke, I do have an affiliate link, !Wonderlands, and that does support me when you purchase through that link. Also, purchasing the game through an affiliate link, such as that, and getting the Chaotic Great Edition, that's the one with the Season Pass, does get you some extra cosmetics. So, that's pretty rad. They look pretty good, honestly.
Nation is upon me.
Oh no, she's layering the screaming effects. Oh no. It's only 60 FPS on Xbox though. Welcome to console gaming, my friend. It really do be like that. If it makes you feel better, I'm playing on 60 FPS capped right now so that my my bitrate does not do weird things.
Keep it up and you might be a foolish someday.
Right, I think I found a busted weapon for Berserker. Cryo Queen's Cry freezes people almost instantly. Yeah, Queen's Cry is good. I really like the underbarrel on Queen's Cry because it's nice. It's a taser that actually does damage that you can spam. It's kind of weird, but the gun itself, the main fire, is also really good. What you get done first? Chaos 20 or max inventory upgrades for everything? Definitely Chaos 20. Max inventory takes a lot of money. A lot. If you're playing, like, naturally, like, you're not going ham grinding money more than anything else, it's still gonna take you several weeks, if not several months, to max out all the storage. They let you buy a lot of it. Deal spell damage? Yeah, it does. What CZ said. Queen's Cry projectiles do some spell scaling stuff. Search and found all the dice last night. Tedious. More power to you, Scott. More power to you.
The great soil shall feast on your
Yeah, so I'd say that's some pretty good DPS.
nothing like a little mountain organization to get the blood.
And we have enough damage formula that the fire puddles we're leaving behind are actually capable of killing enemies. Which is very funny to see when it happens. Series X does do 120 and 60 though. See, there you go. Thank you, Harley. If you can get 120 on a Series X, then yeah, you're all good.
About time. Someday I will change back. I'm all magic.
Ow. Skeep, where'd you go? There you
I
are.
shall not answer death's call so soon. I sense the fear. The grave digger has their work cut out. Our time grows short.
It's like with those little enemies, I could just let them run into the fire puddles and they would die.
You should have learned.
I did get a couple of them. On PS4 Pro, it haven't crashed once, only lag when the game loses connection on reconnect. Yeah, I've gotten very few crashes. Almost never. Voice acting when characters with status effect on them, so damn funny. Yeah, window fan. It's kind of become a community meme as the games have gone. Huge fan of Borderlands, plays all the games millions of times, but this one seems wildly different. It's very different. It's most similar to Borderlands 3 in terms of the breadth of the creativity. Like, there's lots of different build things you can do. The structure of the game is most similar to Borderlands 3 if you had to compare it to a Borderlands game. But it is still entirely its own beast. Hey Oriel, it's been a minute. Good to see you. How you been? Searching for the dice right now in the pirate map, which is a really confusing map. Even with a guide for dice locations, yeah, it can be very... Yeah. Gotta say, I love the Demi-Lips Companion. Always makes me laugh. For sure. The lines are great in the interactions.
This helmet! It's so sweaty. Well, I don't sweat.
Whatever it is, bottle some up so I can study and/or taste test it.
You can have conversations with the Demi-Lich. It's great. Does making the counter at least cost anything? Cost some of your crystals.
You'll serve me. You'll
So we're just gonna bully Nightmare real quick. You okay with that, chat?
My soul must rest before
We're just gonna...
you'll make it fine.
We're just gonna do that.
I've got the juice.
One cycling Nightmare seemed appropriate. Which legendary is this? This is the liquid cooling. You've probably seen a lot of people using this. It's got extremely high DPS due to, not only does it have good card damage, and this is of a ×2 volatile low, not an ideal enchant, but it's a good one. It's got very high card DPS. You're looking at 1600 with a 10 fire rate, but also it refunds heat when you crit. So with a lot of crit rate or an open crit spot, you don't ever need to stop shooting this thing. You can dump your entire pistol ammo STU count just at the target, uninterrupted. And that's the thing that really lets liquid cooling do really, really big DPS compared to other things. You'll see people say things like the ×4 Hyperius and Dahlia SMGs are like the guns to use. They have high burst DPS, but their sustain is actually kind of awful compared to something like this. Who do I farm? So the thing with that is you farm the Chaos Chamber pistols. the Chaos Chamber pistol's money. That's just how you get loot. Farm Chaos Chamber. Don't do the dedicated farm stuff. It's worse. But if you absolutely must farm a boss, out of habit, then this comes from Lycia. It's one of the obelisk boss. I forget the region. Someone in chat will know. Working on myself quite a bit lately, having fun in the game. Currently my 4th playthrough. Let's go, Ariel. That's awesome.
Not a drop of magic remaining. Ooh, my stealth shots are all
How's your day, chat? They're exclusive drops from the raid bosses? No. Nope, just barely mistimed that. Just need a little bit of ammo and we'll be good. Also, crouching under this boss's attacks, you get in the habit. It's a good one.
so many memories of those slain and
So use this for a minute.
welcome back, my cranial companion.
Weird how if you're offline, the machines have legendaries 99% of the time. Hot fixes change certain things, and if you're offline, certain hot fixes, or all hot fixes don't apply. You know, certain bugs get addressed and such.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's way too fair.
What else SMG do I have on? I have White Rider. I'll use a White Rider. You guys aren't dropping me pistol ammo. Normally when I go into green, I make sure to grab an ammo capacity in the run. I don't think I did this time. So, that's why we're a bit slow right now. We ran out of pistol ammo. But White Rider is also good. That's on dual beam. I'll do single beam. Pup T, how you doing? Should I farm to 40 then finish story for drops? No, you don't really need to do that. You can reacquire any quest drop from vending machines later on. So, finish the story at your own pace for enjoyment.
You should see the look on what's left of your face.
Is frost damage considered ability damage? No. Ability damage is, think of it like action skill damage in previous games would be the closest comparison. The game tells you which things scale with ability damage. So like, for example, Dire Sacrifice, it tells you Dark Magic, ability damage. A Blast Gasp tells you ability damage. Doing okay? How are you? Doing great. If Bark highlights an attack in purple, does that become a crit spot? It becomes a spot that if you shoot, it interrupts the attack, does a large chunk of damage to the boss, stuns it, but every 3 times you do this, the boss enters an enraged state, where its attacks do more damage, it's more aggressive, and it can no longer be interrupted by that mechanic for a little while. Awesome, thanks man, you're very welcome. Make this boss look easy, it's been a struggle for me. It's important to have a weapon with fast projectiles, Mac. That's the big thing. Because once you know about the attack interruption and enrage mechanic, just choosing when to interrupt the boss attacks, like when you can't dodge them, using the pops then, is definitely how you minimize incoming damage. And you need a weapon that hits fast. Like crossbow weapons are not good at doing that. You definitely want to have like a traditional ballistic weapon. Not a laser, not a crossbow, a traditional one. There is a Kevin near me. I can pet the Kevin. Chaotic Banshee. Dark magic element. With ancient hilt. That's pretty good. I'll take that. May end up meaning Graveborn and secondary spell shot instead of vice versa. Either combination is very, very strong. I mean, you get the same result, but both of those classes combine well with all the other classes, so I think it's a no-lose situation. So we're going for selective amnesia with good passes on the bottom. It's pretty much the goal. Ideally, it has Graveborn power on it. But I'm not overly picky. Like, it doesn't need to have either of my classes, really. Does Cast Chamber give him a good amount of XP? If you're grinding for XP, I would recommend finishing over the overworld activities. Because not only is that good XP, ooh, that one's trying. It's also setting you up for a lot of other important things in the game. Like, you're getting your loot luck up, because there's a bunch of loot die in the overworld. You're getting your shrine bonuses, which are very important. You're getting other collectibles. And the encounters, of course, are good ways of getting gear along the way. So, I'd highly recommend 100%ing the overworld. Okay. Encapsulator's good, just maybe not this build good. What can I put in that weapon slot instead? Red Hellion would be an option, but I could do a Carouser, although I'm going pretty fast, so I don't know. Go grab my Masher AR. I haven't tried out this ×4 Stoker yet. Card DPS is potentially good. Like, almost a 7 fire rate. 3 ammo per shot with a 60 mag, so I get 20 shots. I didn't get the good Saw Blade variant, so I'll have to farm for a better one. But 162 ×4 is, like, compare it to these. Compare it to a, I can't compare bank to bank, but yeah. Compare it to one of the SMGs that people are really going nuts about. Nightshade. 93 ×4, 162 ×4. This has 15 fire rate, but it slows down as you go. This does not slow down. Times 4 Stoker ARs could be good damage. It's worth testing. If you know an RNG. You got an all 2 at 60 dice? Not in this character, Bickford. Currently using a crossbow pistol that turns into winged weapons and shoots and explodes. It's all frost, too solid for level 20-30 IMO. Thoughts on it? Furior Manufacturer is extremely good in this game. It does a lot right. Some things too right, if you ask me. Maybe it's a little too much at times. But regardless, it's very, very powerful. And yeah, that'll definitely carry you for a while. I could use a body rocker. I was pleasantly surprised by Last Rites actually does good damage. Like, huh. This is a good gun to get when you're doing your initial chaos climb. Just like grab this from the quest, and it does good damage. Got a bunch of fire rate. It's actually pretty efficient.
Where to next?
Where is my body rocker? There it is. I'll try that on this slot. I don't have a lot of reload speed, so I'm not expecting too much. Should be okay, though. I'm gonna do the thing where you put food in your mouth as I'm hungry. Sounds good, Sora. Sounds good. Furious CEOs live in duplexes. Maybe. Got a volatile times 2 liquid cooling last round. Let's go, Mentalist. Okay. Let's do another run.
Enter if you dare.
Let's try to go fast this time.
But seriously.
See if we can. Hey, Tatsu Prime, how you doing? Welcome in. Kyler, good to see you. Did we get the health bug? I don't feel like our damage is that cracked. Oh, no, our damage is good. That guy would have died to melee if we had the health bug. Okay, yeah, no, we just have cracked damage. It's so hard to tell sometimes.
Fell for it. Classic hero.
I have to do it 20 times so I can reroll without breaking it. Hopefully they address that system. I don't like that people feel forced into doing that.
Oh, I can feel a dead ache coming on.
Dead ache. I love the dialogue in this game. Now let's use this, and we'll get our cooldown back real quick. There we go, we got Reaper back. Ancient Hilt Pickaxe, chat. If you're using any sort of action skill with a very long cooldown, Ancient Hilt Goblin Pickaxe is going to change your life. Truly a game changer. Because you can turn that 50-second cooldown into a 5-second cooldown.
Their fate is in darker hands. So much and I've located a healing vial.
What's that spell? I'm using Arcane Bolt. It is the most spammable spell in the game. It's got a base 7.6 second cooldown, 2 charges if you roll that part, and it refunds some cooldown when you crit with it. So I'm just spamming it, that's the wrong button, to trigger on spellcast effects, such as doubling up my my movement speed bonus from haste in Sabomancer Tree, and triggering my Graveborn Capstone and my Sanguine Sacrament heal. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Good to see you. On a Dark Magic Ancient one for melee build, no luck though. Definitely gonna be a bit of a grind for specific parts on some items. I've still not gotten the Twin Soul I want for my Spell Shot build. Probably put some effort towards that today. Speaking of the Spell Shot build, I got a couple potential upgrades courtesy of Chrome, who had some good Torg pistols and was able to hook me up. So, ×3 crossbow barrel Torg pistols are crazy. They're a bit more awkward to use than the shotguns, but they are really good damage as well. So, I'll have to try that out today. Torg as a manufacturer in general is really powerful in this game. If you were to ask me, like, strongest manufacturer for guns in this game, like, you lock me in a room until I answer, it's Torg. It is Torg. Torg def got a glow up. It's interesting because one of the major reasons Torg is performing so well, well, it's two things. One, shit, I keep thinking more things. All right, here's the 3-point plan for improving Torg. Ready? BL3 Torg's got a very early sticky multiplier nerf. So shotguns and pistols got a pretty big nerf to how much the damage stacks up from applying a lot of stickies. Which was justified, to be fair. Hey OGK, how you doing? So, Wonderlands has the original Torg sticky values from BL3, meaning shotguns can have 18 projectiles with 18% sticky mult. Now, launchers still have their 75, that was never nerfed in BL3. But that leads to the second point. You can get more projectiles on certain weapon types than you could previously. So, launchers in BL3, you could get ×3s with a 50 mult, or ×2s with a 75 mult, or ×1 with a 75 mult. In this game, you can get ×4 launchers with a 75 mult. You can also get ×3 ARs, and the other thing that this game's Torg has that previous games didn't is the crossbow barrels. Also increase damage by a lot for stacking up more hits. Farm for a chaotic liquid cooling, the game keeps giving me ×2 non-chaotic. Still a really good weapon, Tatsu. Like, a non-chaotic ×2 liquid cooling is still going to be a higher DPS than most things in the game. And it's important to note that this game's not really balanced around having volatiles. Like, if you were to get full volatile gear in the game right now, it would be completely trivial. Completely. Because that stuff is designed for, like, higher than Chaos 20. So think about it, we have a 1.41% chance at base for volatiles in Chaos 20, and only in Chaos 20. Higher than Chaos 20 is when the scaling goes up, presumably, based on this. This is all assumptions. They have not told us how future stuff works, so we'll have to wait and find out. But we can assume that higher Chaos levels than 20, like the first few, don't unlock a new tier immediately, but the scaling goes up, so Volatile will be more impactful there. And then, rinse and repeat. It's an educated guess. So, chaotic is your real endgame. Volatile is just like having, you know, perfect gear in Borderlands 3. It's not something that happened often. And wasn't ever really necessary.
I've got the juice.
Hey, do yellow.
Oh, I was wondering when that
When does the on-spell cast mechanic trigger with the whole channel to cast spells to trigger at the end? Yes, it triggers as soon as the spell has gone on cooldown. As soon as it's like fully on cooldown and you're not doing it.
another faint string.
So think of it as, hey, I'm not doing this anymore. So now it's open. Thank you, you're very welcome. Dot screams is still annoying. But the cool thing about it this time around, Oiril, is you can customize your voice. So I intentionally made my character's voice more annoying. You're welcome, chat. You can customize which voice type is screaming, which pitch it's screaming at. These games are weird and I love it. Don't say I don't get you nice things, chat. Hey, Bach, yeah, how you doing? Love the Demilich scream, made my character have a super deep voice, yeah. Hey, homie Data. Is there any reason to put points in the Harvest skill instead of Dark Pact if my Lich gets all my damage bonuses anyway? I'm having trouble deciding what would make for the smoothest leveling process. So... Harvest. It's just more damage for your companions. Dark Pact is going to increase everything you do, and is less conditional. I would always say go to Dark Pact over Harvest, especially because it's... I suppose it still needs to be actually tested, but it's possible that Dark Pact gives you hidden dark magic efficiency as well. It's possible. So I would just say Dark Pact over Harvest always. Now, in a pure companion build, you're gonna want both, but if you had to pick one, Dark Pact. Doing good, you? Can't complain, can't complain. Back to work I go, stop back in a couple hours. Sounds good, OGK. It's good to see you. Dragon Lord. That's a rude game. It's real rude. Hopefully I have ammo after this, because we did pick Yellow Boss. Build Showcase after the boss? Yeah, I can do that. Bit of cooldown, thanks, pickaxe. Thanks, Skeep.
My soul must rest before casting again.
Well, not quite enough DPS to avoid this. Reaper fell off at a bad time. Because I got hit by a Spectral and lost my Skeep early. Bad cycle.
Grab a soul charm before
Hey Saul, how you doing? Morning, Melon and Delight. Looking for some spells for my ambidextrous dead shot besides purple eye spells or calamities. Any suggestions? Look out for Quaking Sunders. They're really good at mobbing. The Glacial Cascade legendary spell is fantastic as well. Twister legendary spell does some exceptional damage. You've of course got your Cloudburst Arc Torrents, preferably channel cast if you can manage. Picking up ammo before I finish him off. Go. I know I can find a full enchantment list. That is a pinned resource in the Discord. Chaotic Great Bow. Collecting those for memes. We have enough ammo? Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, we'll do Yellow Boss. It'll be nice and cozy. Try to keep the boss pinged during this phase if you can. It helps a lot.
Don't let this one
lets you track it immediately as it's repositioning. There we go, that was pretty clean. That was pretty clean. It's fun getting all the raid boss in one go. It is. It definitely is. On Chaos Trials, I can never find all 3 symbols for the special fight. I've only mentioned it once, or all 3 not guaranteed. So Chaos Trials are fixed seeds, Big Lem Dog. So the map configurations for every single Chaos Trial, 1 through 20, are fixed. It's the random runs that you find under normal and extended are the ones that you can potentially get the maker. I don't think any of the ones in the Chaos Trials have all 3 boss sigils.
So many memories.
Only gripe with this game is that my achievements bug. Not a big deal though, can get them on another character. Yeah, pricey. I used to be an achievement gamer many a year ago, so I definitely get the annoyance there. Bugged achievements are frustrating, but for how I play now, honestly, I'm only vaguely aware that achievements are a thing. But hopefully that gets resolved for you. Trial 4 has all 3. Okay, Itsukado says that Chaos 4 has all 3. But obviously that's going to be a Chaos 4 run. It's much easier to get the maker on an extended run. Just slap on extended and, you know, pray to good old RNG. What's the featured run? It's a fixed seed run that they rotate out every week. What was I gonna go for? There's something I wanted over on that side, I don't remember. You know, other than the shotguns. On the Eternal Shotgun grind, of course. SMGs, we're good on this save. We have a White Rider, that's fine. Snipers, I do still want that Sawmill. Also, a Volatile Great Bow would be funny. Launchers. Launchers is something I'm keeping an eye out for. Let's roll launchers. I'm looking for ×4 Torg launchers. See, that's a ×3 with a 33 mult. I want a ×4. It's a ×1 with a 75. Feel like, okay, I want to farm that bunny, also me. What did I want to get? Yeah, it do be like that. If this is 1 ammo per shot, that's still really good DPS. I'm taking that. Blue Cake. I want to make the Blue Cake work as well, but I need to get a Chaotic ×2 for me to want to bother. I do have some launcher build plans. I'm working on that. There have been plenty of external sources for spell cooldown rate, or should a Greyborn put points into Essence Drain? I personally like Essence Drain a lot on Greyborn, especially with the Capstone. But you can get a decent amount from hero points if you choose to put those there. You can multi-class into Spell Shot and then just not have to deal with cooldowns ever. And some spells have very, very forgiving cooldowns. That's why I'm using Arcane Bolt, because it's pure cooldown spam stuff. The Big Boy Rocket has 5k base damage? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. And that could be higher. Ooh, micro rockets. That's always fun. Here, I'll show you. You got the launcher, you can shoot like that, you know, standard flat-off launcher stuff. Then you got the rocket salvo, which one, that looks metal as hell. Look at the extra rockets just unfold. Ooh. And you could do that. That's fun. I like that. It would be more noob solo friendly, Grave Spell or Grave Spore. Grave Spell. And fuck Tangle Drift. Every time I think I can jump over, see if I can find a dice that's not an accessible area, I die.
Recharged!
Last night I got a torque shock on the fires at racks. Could be fun. Neat. Yeah, there's lots of non-uniques I'm still testing out. Non-uniques in this game are just in a really good place. There's some early ones people latched onto that are obvious winners, like the Spriggan and the Nightshade in the ×4 variants. But there's lots and lots of other ones to keep an eye out for. So I do collect a lot of non-uniques and just throw them in the bank to test later. Because they're very good.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Do we have something similar to a rocket pod?
Fate maker.
I imagine you could get a very high mag rocket salvo on a purple launcher. Get it like chaotic or volatile. Use it like a rocket pod. But in terms of uniques, no. Not many unique launchers in this game. I can only think of like 5. 9 mag ×5 crossbow masher. I've heard good things, Vocal Assassin. I've heard good things. You see key items and enchantments for this build? Yeah, sure. So the key item, it's just this. Selective Amnesia armor. Just this. That is the key for this. In terms of everything else, it's just to support that. Now, I would say getting a pickaxe with Ancient Hilt also helps your uptime of your Reaper of Bones quite a bit. Skeep is just a good defensive amulet to use on any build. Body Rune is just a good shield to use on any build. But really, Selective Amnesia is the only super important thing here. Enchants, you got a lot of flexibility. I have action skill start damage dealt on my pickaxe, which is likely not ideal since that's only 20-second uptime when I'm running around having, 40-second Reaper of Bones. I could have something better there, but I just don't at the moment. I should realistically put, like fire or dark magic damage enchant on this. But I think this is actually bricked, so I can't roll this. I can't roll my volatile pickaxe because it's bricked. Pain. People love my body? Yes, Rune. Yes. One Spellgrave with the Furior Flying Companion Weapon and Impaling Ice Spike, so much fun. Very effective, pricey for sure. Is that enchant bugged to 60 seconds? This one? No. It's the action skill active ones that are bugged for that, cabs. Action skill start works as listed. Action skill active is not actually action skill active. It's 60 seconds from when your action skill first becomes active. So. Hey Avi, it's been a bit. How you doing? Is bonus dark magic damage for spells and Stain of the Soul mean it'll add a flat multiplier of dark magic damage? It's not a multiplier, homie data, it's just an extra damage number. On top of it. Sorry, my bad. You're all good, Cabs. Last night, I got a torque shock and fires. Okay, I read that. Okay, we're good. Good, how are you? Loving this game. Enjoying it immensely. I'm coming up with a new build like every day. This build, was originally me doing Clawbringer stuff. And I happened to get a Selective Amnesia as a drop, and I was like, huh, I guess I may as well build around this. And then it just became Reaper of Bones, keeping Selective Amnesia active, and me being very cheeky. It's pretty good. Yeah, if this build had reload speed, that'd be very nice. I'm also playing Wonderlands. It's been a way to avoid spoilers. Well, welcome back. I should not have wrote that. I regret my actions. Understandable, sorry. I have a question. How mechanic heavy is the Maker? Extremely. It's almost pure mechanics. There's a couple of DPS checks in there, but it's mostly just mechanics.
I'm just a regular old semi-eternal hero again. So much, and yet not quick, grab a soul jar before. Damn. Never mind. Ooh, my spell slots are all tingly.
So it's true raid boss? Yeah. Raid bosses in this game are much more deserving of the title of raid boss than a lot of the previous bosses that that Gearbox has made, because Borderlands is mechanically simple. Simple as that. Borderlands is not mechanically complex. Wonderlands has ratcheted up mechanical gameplay quite a lot in boss design across the board. Not just raid bosses, but the story bosses as well. Now there's a couple bosses in previous games that I do think fit into the mechanical kind of section. Like in Borderlands 2, I consider Hatterax a raid boss. Hyperius is a raid boss. Veracitus is a raid boss. The rest of them, Guy, sure, you can consider a gimmicky raid boss. The rest of them, they're not mechanically complex enough for me to consider more than loot pinatas that Nova at you occasionally. I don't like the design of those bosses. They're too simple. Simplicity in a boss is fine. Simplicity in all bosses is a systemic problem. Now, Borderlands 3 had fewer bosses, but more of them were hits. Like, Wotan was a mechanics boss. Until we got the damage to trivialize. Scourge is a mechanics boss that unfortunately does itself. Hemovorus is just a pinata. Anathema, mostly a pinata, although, you know, you could do the mechanics for some fun. Valkyrie's just an extended mobbing encounter, but I like it. So Borderlands games don't have a great track record of mechanics bosses. All bosses in Wonderlands, with very few exceptions, are mechanics fights. A great example is one of the first bosses you fight in this game is the Banshee. And the Banshee is like, hey, dodge, or this fight's really annoying. And that primes you for the rest of the game. And I really like that they placed Banshee the way they did. Is it ever worth spending the crystals to make an encounter elite? Yes, you get more overall crystals, but each encounter you make elite will get more and more difficult. So like, let's say you make one room elite, and it's really not much of a noticeable difference, but by the time you've made 5 rooms elite, enemies are really tough. But you do get increased crystal yields from doing so. Pretty much teaching the player of wave attacks. Yeah, Banshee serves to teach player of wave attacks, and then later on you have The son of a witch teaches the player, hey, high priority ads, deal with those. A drill teaches the player about high priority ads as well. The drill also teaches the player about baiting attacks, which if you're a FromSoft game player, you are very familiar with that concept. Or if you are a modern Resident Evil game player, you are very familiar with that concept. Monster Hunter players as well. You know, there's lots of other games that do teach you to do these things. But Borderlands has never really forced you to. Wonderlands strongly encourages you to. We know what the Dragon Lord symbols are for yet? I don't personally know. Also teaching you to match elements? Right. The Dragon Lord teaches you to do kind of everything the other bosses have drilled into you at once. He's got a bit of everything, which I like. It's a final exam boss, you know?
The transformation is upon you!
What else does each boss teach you? Nightmare teaches you the dangers of a boss that moves very quickly. Nightmare is mobile. Not so fast that you can't outrun it, but Nightmare moves. And that's what throws a lot of people off. I see a lot of people having difficulty with Nightmare, and I'm convinced that's the reason. Because it's a boss that goes around places. People have the same issue with Veracitus and Hatterax. They move. I know the danger of moving bosses. Good for you. Not everyone does. And the great thing about boss design in this game is that this bodes really well for bumping up the mechanics knowledge of the Borderlands player base, which is something they could take into boss design in future Borderlands games. Because I want a hypothetical next Borderlands game, I want the boss design to look more like this game's bosses than previous Borderlands games bosses. Hey Jack, how you doing? H2O, good to see you as well. Playing Monster Hunter and Ninja Gaiden taught me to bait attacks and be patient, same as FromSoft games. There you go. And this kind of progression towards mechanics that we find across other games is how we get more complex game design going forward. You can't just throw people in the deep end, which is why it's frustrating to see people go, but I want more mechanics, and then as soon as you get more mechanics, they're like, but not like that. Like, no, it's a progression. Remember how violently people reacted to having to do mechanics for the first time in Borderlands in the Guardian Takedown? The average player base did not care for that, even though those mechanics were a lot less intense than the mechanics in this game. It's a slow progression. Destiny 2 raids are a good example because they teach you mechanics through the raids and mix it all into the final boss. Yeah, I love that design approach. Lots of games do that. Hades does that. For each, like, level in Hades, the enemy types in the level teach you some of the attacks of the bosses. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime, Balrock. I appreciate it. Thank you for choosing me out of anyone on the platform. It means the world. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and I hope you enjoy the perks. Don't go into the thing. Don't bump. There you go. Leading this thing is pain sometimes. Certain map configurations do not play nice with this puzzle. It'll just fly into walls and stuff. Very frustrating. You gotta, like, jump at certain angles to get it to not bump into things. No, I fell! Okay, this is fine. Ah, I fell off. Redo. Actual skill issue. No problem, man. You do any BL2? No, I don't really do BL2. I don't have an interest in revisiting that game. I put in all my time that I cared to for BL2 before BL3 came out, and then BL3 came out, and I was like, oh, franchise move forward. Does more things I like. I don't feel the need to go back. But when I did play BL2, I played a lot of Gage and Maya. This is what I did. I did put a lot of hours into BL3 though. About 6,300, 6,400 hours in BL3 by the time Wonderlands came out.
Hey, followed it.
Let me not fall off. And there we go. So we got blue and yellow this run. Oh, we got Son of a Witch. Okay. I've not tried this boss on this build yet.
So beautiful, I can hardly choose between
We should be able to face tank him.
and yet.
Yeah, we should be able to face tank him.
Death becomes looks like magic back on the bench. Out of spell slots.
Hey, thank you for the bits, Balrog. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anything? No? Fine, your smile is all I need.
We'll do our pickaxe shenanigans to get our cooldown back. Already got Reaper back now.
Gather.
There's another boss that keeping him pinged helps you a lot. I just didn't bother. I don't have as much ammo as I want to going into next fight. See how this works out. Using a Stabbomancer or a Spell Shot? I'm currently playing a Graveborn with Stabbomancer. No Spell Shot here. I do have a Spell Shot build. When I play Spell Shot, I like to pair it with Berserker. Oh, yellow first. Alright.
You know what they say, there is the world then.
There is no escape from the sun. I shall keep this one in mind.
Tastes like green butt light.
My soul must rest before casting again. Recharge!
Movement speed helps so much in this fight. It's crazy. what's causing the thunk thunk. I'm using the Selective Amnesia armor, and I'm using Graveborn's Reaper of Bones action skill. And Reaper of Bones constantly does self-damage, which constantly re-triggers Selective Amnesia. So it's a permanent damage and move speed increase, as long as I have my action skill active. Not worried about you right now, boss. I'm trying to get ammo. Failed the ping. Got good placement anyway. Cool. Thunk Thunk without Fake Grasp, mind blown. You never needed to do Fake Grasp on Thunk Thunk J-Bridge. It's just an easy way out people took. The cooldown was short enough, you could just use it on actual enemies. I never used Fake Grasp when I used Thunk Thunk.
Ah, so squishy and gross.
Yeah, the biggest tip I can give for these bosses is always keep them pinged. It helps a lot. Loop, you moved weird. Why'd you do this? Do the correct attack. There we go.
I've got the juice.
There we go. Telegraphing of the Maker's final slamming sucks. I didn't have any trouble. You think they'll be releasing Wonderlands for the Switch in the near future? I don't know about that one. You think the Switch is powerful enough? Ooh, that's a chaotic body room. Yes, please. You think the Switch is powerful enough for this game? Because Borderlands 3 isn't on the Switch. So I don't know. I would not expect that. Yeah, but I know the values on Selective Amnesia. It's not something I've gone into yet, Asa. Is the Dark Magic buff noticeable? It is a buff to Dark Magic weapons, not to Dark Magic element. So, different elements have different base damage values on the card for guns. So, for example, non-elemental guns have the highest base damage, and elemental guns have a slight penalty because they have the elemental rock, paper, scissors thing to end up with more potential damage if you match the right thing. Now, Dark Magic has negative elemental matchups against everything. That's the penalty it's given to counteract the fact that it heals you. But they also gave Dark Magic a lower base card damage, so it was getting 2 penalties in all situations. They loosened the penalty on the card-based damage on Dark Magic guns, specifically. So it's not going to be a hugely noticeable thing. It just means using Dark Magic, weapons that happen to roll as Dark Magic, is less of a pointless endeavor. Like, if you got say, this shotgun in Dark Magic, it would have just been kind of, like, bad in comparison before. Now, it's still not going to be as good, but you're going to be less actively penalized for getting a bad element roll on your gun. This does function as a straight buff to any weapons that were forced to be Dark Magic roll, like the Gluttony, for example, the Furior Pistol. I don't have one on this save right now, but the Gluttony is very good, and it did get a little bit stronger. Does Barrage benefit from skill damage and gun damage? Yes. What spell you rocking? I'm using Arcane Bolt right now. Fast cooldown. It's still like last time, you don't need points in the skill for it to be active if a class 1 has that skill on. As long as you have that class, yes. So you can't use armor to get a third class's skills, but either of your two, you can do that. Chaotic Blood Bag. I never get good passes on a Blood Bag. Like, reload speed's good. Frost damage Graveborn power is also good, but status chance? I never get good Blood Bags. Let's go armor for this one. Switch can play Doom Eternal and Control. Granted, that's via cloud gaming. Games are too big for cartridge. Right. I think the likelihood of Wonderlands being on Switch is not particularly high. If you include the storage thing, I hadn't even considered that. Although it's not a huge game, honestly. Wonderlands is what, 40 gigs? Could have been worse. But you never know. Hey Lynchy, how you doing? Welcome in. Wouldn't want to play it there, just want to say some AAA games found a way. Right. I play Bioshock Infinite on my Switch. Now, it's an older game. It's 9 years old now. Time is weird. But it's a very beautiful game, and there's a lot going on. And, you know, it's not a simple game. But I play that on my Switch, and it runs fine. So, I get you. A claw. Spell damage, ability damage. But nothing else remarkable, really. Enemy seen a purple cloud burst arc torrent with 4 charges and lightning bolt over 995 damage. If you get it as chaotic, roll. Yeah, it'll roll above that. I don't know if anyone knows this, but there's a treasure room you can access after you kill the Dragon Lord at the Pyramid. Just drop down the shaft, you'll arrive at a hidden room. Yeah, it forces you to go down there in the story. Or at least it tells you to go down there in the story. I don't know if it forces you to do it, but it tells you, hey, treasure room's down there. Want to pick up legendaries and sell? Because I have 65 out of 70 backpack slots right now, and I have 14 million gold on me. Why would I do that? You stacked? I've been playing a lot. Let's spend some of these moon orbs. Why do I have a Buffmeister on me? That's gross. Yeah, let's get something good on this Banshee. This could be good for melee, especially because it's Dark Magic element. It'd be really useful. If nothing else, it's a good thing for Dreadwind to scale off of. So. Is Dreadwind's melee damage, right? Not ability? Feral Surge is ability. Okay. Spellcast damage dealt. Alright, I'll let it sit on that. Put away this Great Bow. I'm collecting Chaotic and Volatile Great Bows. If anyone gets a Volatile Great Bow, let me know. I need them for a thing. Dreadwind is melee and ability. Oh, even better. Even better. So hype for endgame, only halfway there. Schedule doesn't allow a lot of time trying to establish forward and crit ricochet build. Yeah, that's definitely a viable build approach, Elo. You can do a lot of cool stuff with that multi-class combo. It's reverse barrage for melee. Cool. Thank you for the 15 bits, Balrock. I appreciate it. Very kind. Blue ones have 995. Every purple I get has a 470 with a plus 56 damage. There's no plus on the 995 blues. It's going to depend on which parts you get. Do I have an Arc Torrent on me? I don't really keep Arc Torrents on me because I find them kind of boring. It's on the other save. Dreadwind doesn't get melee attack speed boost is the thing, I don't think. So, yeah, you just want to have a Banshee for Dreadwind, then. Minute for the damage, build is based around 2 of them. There's things that hit a lot harder than Arc Torrent, in that case, if you're looking for damage spells. Things that hit a lot harder. You've got Concentrated Magic Barrages, can get up to over 5,000 card damage, with 2 projectiles as well. You can do Quaking Sunders for extremely good mobbing. They hit, like, the entire map. You can do Glacial Cascade for a short cooldown and, like, a mini Sunder. Up to almost 500k with crits. Yeah, Concentrated Magic Barrages are hitting, like, 4 mil. They're that big damage. Ability damage worth? What's it boosting? Things will tell you when they're ability damage. For example, you look at Dire Sacrifice on the card here, it says Dark Magic ability damage. That's ability damage. Blast Gasp over here, one of the highest damaging skills in the game, that is also ability damage. If you look at Ghost Blade is melee damage. It specifically tells you that. It's not ability damage, it is melee damage. This is melee damage down here. The cards are pretty good at telling you which things are in their formula, or at least the primary things they scale off of. So, some examples of ability damage. You've got the Spore Warden's Barrage, the Berserker's Feral Surge and Dreadwind, Graveborn's Dire Sacrifice and Blast Gasp. Spore Warden's Capstone, the Ricochets, are also ability damage. Yeah, those orbs need higher drop priority. I know spawned in with max moon orbs. I've not experienced that so far. Hey, Evan, how you doing? What's that called? Concentrated what? Concentrated Magic Barrage. It's a non-unique spell type. You're looking for Channel Cast and lots of damage parts. The ×1 and ×2s can get up to 4,000 or 5,000 card damage. If you remind me after this run, I think I have one in my bank I can show you. Randomly went from 100 orbs to 4K on solo, no idea what caused it. I've not personally experienced that. But the unfortunate thing about getting moon orbs like that is there's still a high chance that you can't even do anything with them. Because item bricking. I really hope that gets resolved. 1,600 damage, that's a volatile melee weapon. That matches a chaotic Banshee. That's cool. I don't like either of these. We'll go Critical Connoisseur, I guess. Already bricked 2 live wires, pain. You said the game's worth getting from a gameplay perspective? Absolutely. Let's, so from a gameplay perspective, this game's been out for, what, 8 days now? 7 days? 8 days? My playtime is 5 days, 16 hours, and 55 minutes, according to the Epic Launcher right now. So, yeah. I'd say it's worth it. I'm getting a lot of time out of it. Addicted? Just a bit. Just a little bit. And anyone who is looking to get the game, if you do !Wonderlands, that will give you my affiliate link. And buying the game through that link does support me, but perhaps more importantly, if you guys are looking to get the Chaotic Great Edition that includes the Season Pass, then buying that through that affiliate link does get you some extra cosmetics as well, and that's pretty cool.
You'll make fun.
And I do receive some compensation from 2K, so shout out to them.
Vial of vitality.
Best Stabbo class combos? No such thing as best. Build crafting looter shooters like this, best isn't a thing you can quantify like that. Best is going to be situational, based on what you're fighting. What you enjoy is the most important thing, but additionally, what you're using. It's best is not something quantifiable in a vacuum like that. It's all about preference. Yeah, preference plays a huge role. Preference and situation. Like, currently, I'm running Stabomancer primarily to avoid a bug. A beneficial bug that would give me more damage, but I do not want to use that. So I'm playing Stabomancer instead of Spore Warden, because it's, like, also good. I can't even quantify if it's better or not. There's a couple things that I would get from Spore Warden on the setup that are very entertaining, but Stabo might still be better in some situations. Actually, I know it's better in some situations. So, like, there's no clear-cut best in these kinds of games. It's just not how it works. Now, all of that said, there are situations where a particular item has an average level of power that's just higher than everything else in the slot. For example, the Skeep Amulet is just, like, it provides some insane utility in a slot where nothing else is as impactful. So, like, Skeep is one of the few things in this game I'd be like, yeah, you want a best amulet? It's this one. What's the build? This is a Selective Amnesia Graveborn build. The Selective Amnesia armor effect triggers from taking damage. This considers the Graveborn action skills, both of them in fact, to be damage. So if we activate Reaper of Bones, it constantly triggers Selective Amnesia, granting us incredibly high uptime on it and very high damage output and movement speed. This for someone struggling to level up Chaos. Don't beat your face against the wall if you're having trouble, and go re-gear. Remember, you can get all the same gear that a Chaos 19 player would have on Chaos 1. You just have lower drop rates of the chaotic items, but you can absolutely gear up to a point where you are prepared without forcing yourself into a situation where you're playing on progressively harder difficulties and getting progressively less efficient. You can take your time.
This is the end. Back at you. Strength beyond reckoning. Yeah. Crush the dog.
You tried, King Archer. You really did. Every video I've seen thought they prefer to play Stabomancer, probably to avoid the bug, like you said. Stabomancer is a good class. It's just, in particular, the combination of Graveborn and Spore Warden is vulnerable to a bug that I hope gets fixed in the first patch. Because I don't like building around bugs or exploits that improve my build's performance, because it's I don't know, it's kind of like performance enhancements. Like, it's not the interaction that I'm building around that's working, it's an unintended flaw in game design giving me an unfair advantage. And the nature of that particular bug, it's also very likely to happen accidentally. So I could be benefiting from that without knowing, and then that would cause me to misrepresent the power of the build I'm using. And I don't want to do that. I like providing accurate information so that you guys can skip all the nerdy bits of sitting here crunching numbers for hours, staring at a skill tree, and you could just get into the gameplay with the build. I like the number crunching stuff, not everyone does. So, a big part of my content is helping to cut out the middleman. So for me, I don't build around bugs, exploits. I don't use them in my own gameplay. I will give you no trouble if you like to do that. That is on you. What you do in your game is not my business. And whatever makes you have fun in this video game, which are for having fun, you do you. That's my personal choice.
I sense the fear.
This is Chaos 20? Yes, this is Chaos 20. I don't have a command set up for this at the moment, 2 minds, but I can go over the build and spec for you after the run if you would like me to. I just put this together late last night in a Discord call to try to scare people, and it ended up being really good. So, I don't have like a write-up or a video prepared, but I can just go over the spec and everything after this run. Are Cloudbursts good? Can't tell us if they deal damage in different ways. Cloudburst Arc Torrents are good if you have the channel cast. The repeating and simple casts just do less damage. They're not really very good for damage output. They are still good for retriggering effects on casting spells, though. Arc Torrents have short cooldowns, multiple charges. Very good for spam. Not as good as something like an Arcane Bolt or an Immolation, or Inflammation, rather. But still good. Want a melee weapon you can throw that doesn't exist yet, right? Kind of. So the Ragnarok, the Torg legendary melee weapon. Yes, a Torg melee weapon. It shoots explosive shock waves every time you swing. So that's kind of the same vibe. Bad Karma, how you doing? Good to see you. If there's a mod around, can we get a shout out for Bad Karma, please? He's making some wonderful Wonderlands content as well. If not, I can do it in a moment. No big deal. A little bit of pickaxe to get our Reaper back. Yeah, and that's Chaos 20 Vorkanar.
You should have brought it. So ends their final cost.
Do me a favor, chat. Go follow Bad Karma, and then come back. Wonderful individual who's helped a lot with a early resource compilation and theory crafting Wonderlands, and has his own cool builds and whatnot going on. Also, just good vibes over there in general. Cool human being. This boss is mechanically so simple. Every time I fight it, I die. It's just strafe to the left and jump occasionally. That's the entire boss fight. So 11 minutes with, you know, kind of paying attention to chat a lot, and it's not bad. Battering. Think they're gonna add a level cap? I certainly hope not. Level caps would kind of destroy the build economy of this game. And if we ever got to the point where we had 2 capstones, this game's build diversity would be over. It would be over. There'd be some very pervasively powerful combinations that I don't think we should ever get access to. Clawbringer's hammer is technically a melee weapon you can throw. Yeah, it works that way. Do they deal melee damage? Yes, the Ragnarok shockwaves do melee damage, Bromora. They do. Gone, reduced to atoms. So I asked this earlier, what would you be getting from Spore Warden instead of Stabmancer or vice versa? So Spore Warden would provide me access to Play the Angles capstone, which is ricochets that deal ability damage. Now those ricochets double dip damage formula. Those ricochets can also ricochet again. So more damage formula dipping. It would also give me access to Wrath of Nature for massive debuff on dealing ability damage. Spore Warden gets decent movement speed, not as much as Stabo, but decent amount. Gets more fire rate than Stabo does. Gets some ammo regen to offset the consumption of liquid cooling. And Spore Warden gets Pet Revive as well. So that's what I would be getting instead of Stabo. I'm pretty much just getting more movement speed and just straight damage. Like, this is damage, this is damage, this is fire rate, so it's damage, this is damage, and then I get a little bit of defense. So you're slightly tankier on a Stabo, and you have a little more consistency with maintaining, say, a liquid cooling than you do with a Spore Warden. Hey Zaru, how you doing? Welcome in. What's the difference between buff and debuff? Buff is a beneficial effect on you, debuff is a detrimental effect on an enemy. So a debuff on an enemy would hurt them in some way, would reduce their effectiveness in some way. For example, when we say damage debuff, that means enemies with this status inflicted will receive more damage. So it is a negative effect on them rather than a positive effect on you. Any spells that deal melee damage? Not that I know of. You get most of your gold from Chaos Chamber? Yes, I play almost exclusively Chaos Chamber, Lynchy. I just Chaos Chamber over and over again. Mind showing me one of those spells? Yes, I'll do it in the bank after I go over the spec here. Hey Soccer Chick, how you doing? Rohit, good to see you as well. Aside from BO1, has there ever been a Borderlands game where the level cap wasn't steadily increased? Borderlands 1, the level cap was increased quite a lot, homie data. All Borderlands games have had the level cap increase thing. However, it's important to note that this isn't a Borderlands game. Very important to note. A Stabo Berserker build you should try? I played a little bit of Stabo Berserker. It's good. It's definitely good. Maybe tell me your go-to for Stabo secondary for spell shot, skill-wise. Stabo spell shot. I've not played much Stabo spell shot combined together. I've kind of played them separately with other classes. But I would say for Stabo spell shot, you're likely to, unless you're doing the live wire thing, you're likely to just cap out spell shot and then take Stabo down to here in kind of the same exact configuration I'm doing. Except maybe instead of Nimble Fingers, you might want Exploit Their Weaknesses for some setups, but more likely you'll just go with Nimble Fingers. Doing well, hope you're well. Doing great, doing great. Just barely finished my second playthrough after peeling myself away from the chaos. Have you made a build for all the multi-classes yet? No, Karma. I keep getting addicted to Berserker. This is like the first build that I'm like, okay, Berserker is not optimal here. Although I could still do Berserker anyway. I've made a Spore Warden Berserker, which I kind of want to scrap and revisit. I've made a Graveborn Berserker. I've made a Spellshot Berserker. And now I've made a Graveborn Stabomancer. Opinion on Stabo Capstone? It's either very weak or completely busted OP. There is no in-between with Stabo Capstone. Either it's doing almost nothing for your build, or it is the focus and it is where all of the damage comes from. And I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Trying to create content and trying to make pixie weapons work, but just refuse to. Pixie weapons can be useful. Try global boosts, Graveborn stuff. Unless this is something specific about no level cap increases, I feel like it's going to happen. It happens every time they release DLC. It is not historically lined up that way either, homie data. For example, Borderlands 3 first level cap was not aligned with the DLC. The first level cap increase for Borderlands 3 was with an event. It was with the first Broken Hearts Valentine's event. It was not with the DLC. The second level cap increase was with the second DLC, but DLC 1 did not have an increase in BL3. And once again, it's not Borderlands, so. Yo, Poison Dart, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. And Balrock, thank you for the 5 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Poison, 204 in the channel. Absolute legend. Thank you so much. Desperately need to study spells. Don't understand a lot of them. Probably because I'm compared to them grenades. Yeah, it's easier to think of spells as their own beast. They're definitely more complex than grenades. And I say this as someone who used grenades a lot in BL3. Grenades were one of the strongest things you could do in Borderlands 3. It's just they weren't presented in a way that, like, the game didn't say, hey, you should really use these. But in Wonderlands, it's like, hey, spells are great, you should really use these. Any pixie weapons I would suggest? Go for shotguns with 16 projectiles and pixie part. Those are really good. So, the spec for this. We go Reaper of Bones. Now, you can do this interaction with Dire Sacrifice. As you can see, I'm going to use it right now. And it does trigger my selective amnesia for a brief amount of time. But, Reaper of Bones is just the better action skill. And will constantly re-trigger our selective amnesia. We'll get to the gear after. The spec first, though. We go Max Faithful Thralls. This is just a mandatory must-have for just every single Graveborn build. It's a huge amount of damage. It's huge. Always take this. And then 2 points in Essence Drain to get down the tree. We're going to be spamming our Arcane Bolt a lot for several spell-related effects. So 10% cooldown for 2 points is very efficient. We like that. Then we go Max Dark Pact. This is going to increase the dark magic damage from both our spell and from our Reaper of Bones bonus element. Then we go Sanguine Sacrament maxed out because it's the most powerful healing effect in the game. Sanguine Sacrament is extremely good. Once again, every Graveborn build that isn't, say, doing Deathless stuff should take this skill. It is that good. Then you have Dread Covenant. Now, Dread Covenant is a bit of a weird one. It's kind of synergistic and kind of anti-synergistic with Reaper of Bones. So the way it works is if you're taking a lot of damage over time, as long as it's slow enough that you don't, like, instantly go from full to dead at once, and the Lich has time to catch it, he can kind of stop your Reaper from ending once. And this can be really good for maintaining uptime on the effect. I'm going to try to show it off right now, see if I can. But basically, it can be a big chunk of Reaper uptime. However, sometimes, if you take a lot of damage in one hit and it ends your Reaper all at once, you will both lose your action skill and your Demi-Lich. And that can be annoying. When you get the other class, story progression. The Crypt High, story progression. The Skeep helps to maintain. You can keep casting to keep triggering Sanguine Sacrament. You can maintain Reaper for quite a while, even without hitting enemies. This is without my Lich.
I've got the juice.
We're waiting. Okay, so he wasn't able to catch it this time. I was taking a little too much damage because I was standing in my puddle. So you see what I mean here? The Lich did not save me. He just decided not to. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But even when it doesn't, it functions as true damage reduction because it shaves a chunk of what you would take and just sends it to the Lich instead. So it's a nice skill to have, but just keep in mind sometimes you will lose your Demi-Lich for no real reason. Then we go Max Dark Hydras, because this will give us more stacks of Faithful Thralls. These are like the two skills you always take every Graveborn build. These three, I should say. Sanguine Sacrament, Faithful Thralls, Dark Hydra. They're just that good. We take Ascension for spell damage. This is to increase the value of our Arcane Bolt. Since we spam it a lot, we may as well. It's basically between Ascension and Mortal Vessel for this slot. We take Lord of Edges because it's a large amount of damage and damage reduction. Very good value for only 1 point. Blast Gasp is one of the highest damage skills in the game. We're not going to be hitting the crazy one-shots with it on this, but since we use Arcane Bolt so often, it's worth including at 4 points. Then we go Morhem's Blessing, the capstone, which allows us to trigger Dark Hydras much more consistently, allows us to stack up Ascension much more quickly, and it's just... It's a very good skill for value. Since we're already down here for Blast Gasp, it makes sense to do. Putting the 5 points from Blast Gasp and Capstone over here into Stabo wouldn't get us anything significant, so it's more efficient over here. Best guns to carry you through the story: Furior guns, Black Powder guns with crossbow barrel, Torg guns with crossbow barrel, ×4 SMGs. Those are all great things to keep an eye out for. Now, over in the Stabo tree, we run Arsenal, just damage. Haste gives us movement speed, and this is one of the reasons we spam Arcane Bolt. It doubles for 12 seconds whenever you cast. So you don't need a super fast cooldown to maintain good uptime on the max speed here, but because we're also spamming for Sanguine Sacrament and for getting our kill skills, we may as well just spam the most. What are pixie weapons? It's a Furior part. What Furior guns are good? Pretty much all of them. To be honest, Hetty. Like, they're all good. The manufacturer is really good. Then we've got, in the second tier, Swift Death, damage based on movement speed. We're moving fast all the time, it's a no-brainer. And then we've got Nimble Fingers. This is tied to basically how we're reacquiring our cooldown. I'll go over this more with our melee weapon in the gear section, but this is a very nice skill to have. 18% fire rate is significant. And then we've got Elusive for the ability to shoot and sprint at the same time. Also, the evasion gives us good damage mitigation. Then we got one leftover point, which we put in Sneak Attack, because it's damage. And it was basically between Blast Gasp and Sneak Attack, so I went with Sneak Attack. Hero points-wise, crit, and rest and cooldown. Now, as for gear, the melee weapon thing I mentioned, we use a Goblin Pickaxe with an Ancient Hilt to get back our Reaper of Bones cooldown. It has a 50-second cooldown, which is one of the longer ones, so maintaining uptime can be difficult. But if you go and you use all of your Stabomancer melee speed, and you just wail on an enemy for a couple seconds with this, 5 hits will basically get you your entire cooldown back. So just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then your Reaper is pretty much back. So you can hit more if it's not quite back yet. And the cool thing about this is it's very low risk because activating Reaper of Bones full heals you anyway. So even if you're almost dead by the time it comes back and enemy's right about to finish you off, you could just hit Reaper and heal the full. And you loop this way. And doing that melee combo stacks up the fire rate from the, what's the name of this? Nimble Fingers. So very, very fun combination. As for weapons, the main star of the show is Liquid Cooling. Extremely high DPS if you can hit crits. Stabomancer hits crits more often. It's a no-brainer. Also running a White Rider. This is easily my favorite SMG in the game. Very good damage, very consistent, very reliable. Make sure you use it on single beam instead of dual beam. Dual beam is nice for taking out groups of weak enemies, but the damage is very lacking on things you actually want to kill that have health. So go for single beam on this. A lot of people use dual beam and write this weapon off, but single beam's the way to go. I have a body rocker here. This slot is just kind of my experimental slot, trying on different weapons. This gun is good, maybe not on this build. I don't have a lot of reload speed. And then I have a Fear Not here that I use for certain bosses where I want to get through the wards a little bit quicker. I'll throw out some Hydras and then activate Reaper, and then they do a lot of work. For the rings, the thing you want to get more than other ones is mood rings, because the selective amnesia effect is always going to be on, either from enemies hitting you or from your Reaper of Bones draining your health, and then that makes it drain your shields because you're taking the fire dot. So your ward is never full in this build, meaning you can have full uptime on the mood rings effect of doubling the passes on your ring. And mood ring doubles everything on your ring. So the gun damage, spell crit chance, spell crit damage, shotgun crit damage, all of that will double. Very, very, very powerful. In my second slot, I just have a silicone ring because it had the gun damage and pistol crit. I suppose ideally I should use like 2 of these, but meh. Then I've got a body rune with this enchant. When health is below 50%, regen 5% max health per second and gain 30% damage dealt. I specifically run this enchant because it helps fight the drain of Reaper Bones when it's about to end. 5% max health per second is very significant, and it also gives damage. It's nice to have. Body Rune gives you a nice fire bonus element when you kill enemies, and this applies to everything you do, so it's very impactful and helps when you're not matching elements very well. You see I have no fire guns. So often against fleshy bosses, I'll shoot a random ad to get Body Rune active. But it also heals you on kill, which helps fight the drain of Reaper Bones. Then we've got a Skeep. I went over this a bit earlier, but Skeep is the best defensive amulet in the game. I would also argue it is the best amulet overall because it gives incredible healing with incredible consistency and lets you get death saves, second wins if you're a Borderlands player, in situations where you otherwise can't. Like if a boss is just by itself and there's nothing spawned, well, if your Skeep is there, you can kill the Skeep and get up. Kill skill, Fire Revolter, combined with an auto idol, basically, yeah. And then we've got Arcane Bolt, because it's the most spammable spell in the game. We're using it to keep uptime on that spellcast gun damage enchant, but also all the stuff in skill tree we mentioned. And then the entire basis of the build is this Selective Amnesia. After taking non-status effect damage, apply a fire status effect to the Fatemaker, increase movement speed, and leave a fire trail for 3 seconds. So this will be active for 3 seconds each time you take damage. Reaper of Bones constantly triggers this effect, so it's just as long as Reaper of Bones is active, you have this. Now 3 seconds is a nice number here because when Reaper of Bones stops, you get 3 seconds of invulnerability. So your Selective Amnesia will never kill you because of your Reaper, because it ends right as the Reaper invulnerability does. It's fantastic timing. It's perfect. So it's just free. This will never kill you as long as you're maintaining good Reaper uptime. Fantastic. I love it. And while this effect is active, damage dealt increased by movement speed. So we zoom around, we get loads of damage, and it's very, very fun.
It never hurts.
That's the build.
To pause and reflect.
Now, after I hit this bunny for a bit, I will show that concentrated magic barrage I was thinking about earlier. Let me just exercise some false hope at getting good armors here. It's chaotic, but Hey Kingman, how you doing? Will you explain this kind of stuff? My pleasure, Mad Psycho. I'm passionate about it. I like sharing the enjoyment. With that stack with existing, more damage with more move speed stuff, it's a separate buff. So, yeah, you get both. Ooh. Ooh. What is this? Gun crit, spell damage, companion crit, ability damage, ward regen. So, not a lot of direct damage, but what's that skill? "10 out of 5 swift death." That's interesting. Hey Zachariah, how you doing? I'll hold on to that. I will definitely hold on to that. Let me put my correct armor back on. Where is it? I have too many on me. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Anybody else got the Mimic only room? I've heard some people talk about it. I've not gotten it yet, but it's definitely been talked about. Oh, Skeep, goddamn. Oh, Skeep, motherfucker. That song's stuck in my head now. Is your best Spore Warden build yet? Enjoying Claw Warden so far. Great synergy in Spore Zerker. The first build I got to Chaos 20 was a Spore Warden Berserker. This build can be spec'd into Spore Warden instead of Stabomancer, but I'm currently not doing that because there's a bug that I just don't want to have to deal with. So you can do this build. With just instead of the Stabomancer stuff here, you take Spore Warden, and you go down to Spore Warden Capstone instead of getting Graveborn Capstone. So you stop, like, here at Dark Hydra and Dread Covenant, and then you max out Spore Warden. And the build plays much the same, except your mobbing gets better because the ricochets are really strong. And tips for Green Raid boss: have a weapon with fast projectiles, because you can hit the glowing purple spots during certain attack animations. and stun the boss out of those attacks and deal large chunks of damage. Now, doing so 3 times will enrage the boss, causing it to be more aggressive and do a lot more damage for a little bit. At which point, you're going to have to use the other skill set of learning which attacks you can crouch under safely. The horizontal swipe attack that it does with its left arm, you can crouch that, or slide under it, and that's very useful. The front flip attack, you want to get as far to one side as possible. Movement speed helps a lot in that fight. Doing well, just grinding some levels on my second character before work. How are you? Doing great, doing great. Oh, no, wait, hang on, I forgot. There was the spell I was gonna show. I remembered last second. Here, we'll exit this run. I was gonna show the spell. Bank. I need to clean up my bank. 505 out of 510. Feels bad. There we go. Here's a concentrated magic barrage. That's not what I previewed. Game UI, are you okay? Here, I'll take it out and preview it there then. Alright, I forgot that I got that body rune. I should probably roll that. Did I want this ring at all? It's got spell crit chance, spell damage, boss stuff. Yeah, I'll take that. Where is the spell? There it is. It's this one right here. 4,729 times 2. 13-second cooldown. So if you get a volatile one of this, then you can get some pretty crazy damage. You could get a second spell damage part instead of the status damage part here, and that might take it over 5k. Excited to see how Chaos Chamber evolves with DLC encounters and bosses. Me too on literacy. Me too. Me too. I'm really excited about the Chaos Chamber. It takes so many design cues from so many games that I like, and it just puts its own spin on them in a really satisfying way. Over 5k times 2, that makes it over 9,000. Have that in volatile, I think it's 5.2k. Thank you, Psionic Hydra. 5.2k sounds right. It sounds right. It's 2:30 a.m. and I can't sleep because my cat's sleeping on a hoodie in my bed and will cry and scratch my door if I make her leave. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue, but that does sound cute. Not sure if anyone else has had this issue, but I've done all the side quests, can't seem to get the achievement, no fix. I've heard a couple people report bugged achievements. It's Ansky. I would recommend putting in a ticket, and maybe that's something they can address in the first patch whenever they do that. We had a hot fix yesterday. Patches are when they tend to fix more significant bugs, like with achievements and things. So I definitely put in a ticket with 2k support, and hopefully that gets fixed. But you are not the first person I've heard say that. What I miss? We just did a couple chill runs synergy. Not too much. I know some are worried about getting tired of grinding Chaos Chambers, but I'm the type of person who could grind Rifts and Diablo for months. Me too, Zachariah. Me too. At Chaos 20, is there any difference between normal and Chaos Trial runs? Chaos Trial runs are fixed seed, Amber. So, they do not vary. I feel like before playing Wonderlands, if you described Chaos Chamber to me, I'd get scared. It's just another shallow arena DLC thing, but it's possibly the most fun I've had in Borderlands. Yeah, Chaos Chamber is just fantastic. I love it. What number was the hotfix? I have no idea. She's absolutely adorable, but it's been very clingy recently, and if I go to sleep with her in my room, I'll have to wake up and let her out like halfway through my sleep. Oh. Do you recommend farming dedicated drops if you're doing bad in Chaos Trials? I wouldn't recommend farming dedicated drops at all in this game. It's just less efficient. What I would recommend if you are unable to farm Chaos Trials efficiently, or Chaos Chamber efficiently, I would say go do overworld activities, obelisks, and side quests until you have enough money. Grab a good non-unique from a vendor and use that to farm lower chaos levels in the chamber efficiently. Chaos Chamber is the most efficient loot acquisition method in the game. Far and away. There's no competition. Dedicated farms even with the issues people have raised fixed, it won't be as efficient as Chaos Chamber. Chaos Chamber is just better. Morning, Spalding. How you doing? Good to see you. Does Reviver do actual damage or just healing? It can kill things. Hope they had a Proving Ground style dungeon, though. Really enjoyed the short, concise dungeons that were learnable. That's what featured runs are, Silent. That is what the featured runs are. Every week they rotate a featured run. Also, the Chaos Trials are fixed seeds, so you can treat the Chaos Trials as Proving Ground runs as well. Campsites are kind of like that. Yeah, the campsites too.
These lands are indeed vast and wondrous.
Put that spell back away. So let's roll that body rune. I don't want to cap out my moon orbs because it feels like a waste. I don't have one on that inflammation. Yeah.
What? Who said that? Rah!
Ashen Skull active fire damage, huh? I'll let that sit. So through story, best farm would probably be vending machines. Likely, but remember you're not going to have a lot of money for that. So through the story, I'd say keep up with your overworld stuff. Do the overworld side quests as they pop. Do as many of the dungeons and the campfires as you can. Random encounters. All of that will add up a lot. Get the gold shrine in the overworld as fast as possible. Hey, thanks for the bits again, Balrog. I appreciate it. Hey, Thumb. Good to see you. How are you today? Why are we spamming? Why are we spamming I? Word ban? Alright. 10 minutes. I can't say that, I guess. Fuck. One? Didn't see it. Doesn't count until I see it, Don. That's 2. Visual pollution. Hey, Epic, how you doing? Epic, I made Thunk Thunk. That's 3. Thunk Thunk. Ooh, that's a 3-headed Hydra. Yeah, I'll take that. It's fucking Driver. We've got auditory pollution to add to our visual pollution. It's wonderful.
My faithful minion has arrived.
So this is a true test to see how self-absorbed Quag is. What do you mean? What do you mean? Maybe a dumb question. I'll be jumping to Chaos Chamber later today. What modifier should I completely avoid? How do I put this nicely? Most of them. It's easier to list the ones that are not problematic than it is to list the ones that are. So, Spectral Vengeance is good. It helps you. Party time is good, it helps you. Workplace hazards is fine. Watch your step is fine. Buff buddies is tolerable. Other than that, avoid.
My filth
Elemental Beam with shield buddies is intolerable. Yeah. Yeah. The one that gives random elemental immunities is... Buh. 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 Ugh. 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 You just have to speak like a caveman, say me. Sure. Sure. Catching up on chat a little bit. So the modifiers thing. Why no elite? Because I don't feel like it. Fuck, I said it again. Sometimes elite rooms are more time than I want to spend in a run. For example, this run isn't particularly fast so far, so I'm just like seeing how fast a bad run can go. And I kind of just do, you know, just, you win this word ban. I'm not playing this game anymore. I kind of just do elite runs as I feel like it more than any real rhyme or reason. In theory, doing all elite runs is more optimal for your crystals, but it can slow down your run a lot after you do like 4 or 5 of them. So sometimes I just want to get through the run and get to the loot faster. That's really all it is. I have the damage, just ultimately don't feel like it. Elemental Overflows, enemies are immune to 1 damage type. Yeah, and that one, especially if you're on a melee build, very annoying because the enemies explode, and that explosion has a massive radius. Toothless is awful. That one's just less crit damage. I like using buffs on the ground, purple icons on the map. Sometimes. I'll tend to only really use those. I take the ammo ones if I'm doing raid bosses. But the damage ones, I'll really only take if I am trying to counteract a bad modifier. I don't know what's happening here. I was just shooting into the cloud. I have no idea what the boss even was. Haven't the foggiest. Good game design? Nah, let's invalidate people's build and pass off the wacky modifier. It's something that I'm hopeful if we are consistent in providing feedback the way we have been, that they'll address. Remember launch BL3, how terrible the modifiers in BL3's launch were. They listened, and we did get Mayhem 4 eventually, which was a lot better. I don't like that we are in a situation where we're having to make that comparison, because ideally we avoid that pitfall in the first place, but it's ultimately one of the very few problems with a very good game. Very few systemic problems, I should say. Like, I'm still able to have fun in spite of the modifiers. In most situations, you can avoid them. What sucks is when you start a Chaos Chamber run and the first room is a Dragon Lord room, and then he offers you a choice between, hey, would you like Elemental Overflow or Magma Breach? It's like, oh, well fuck you too, buddy. We got Wacky Mayhem 2.0. Yeah, someone really, really likes modifiers. Which I can't really, even if I disagree with it, I can't fault it, you know? Someone's got a creative vision they're very enthusiastic about, and they want to make it work. I can't fault the sentiment there. Even if some of these modifiers that have returned are concepts that are doomed to fail. How do I get enough height for this one? Do I stand here? I guess I stand here. Cool. You know what I don't miss? Farming perfect fibbers for Gage on console. Shit changes it, man. I remember that, homie Data. Yep. I was a PS4 Gage player. I feel the pain. What did I pick up? I'm just happy the Chaos Chamber's fun. Yeah, especially the co-op experience. Got lucky in my first playthrough with a low-level Buffmeister after lazy explaining in chat and using to level up one of each character. That's the kind of thing I personally avoid. So, like, the Buffmeister is this huge, ridiculously powerful thing. Even outside of the bug, it's just built different. And I don't want it to be the way it is, because it's pervasive. It's a specter that hangs over the entire balance of this game, because people consider it the easy way out for every build, for every situation. It's, you need damage, Buffmeister. So it's going to create the situation where people don't know what else is good, because as soon as they don't use a Buffmeister, they're lost. And they're like, oh, other things are bad. Like, no, there's lots of good stuff. It's just Buffmeister is taking too much of people's attention. And the craziest thing about the Buffmeister, the thing that people really, really don't talk about, is you could completely remove the damage boost, the bonus element the Buffmeister gives. Completely. You could completely axe it, increasing your damage in that way. And it's still one of the best spells in the game, because of all the other stuff it does. The stuff the Buffmeister says at the bottom, you see it's got Pew and Zap. It can roll different words down there, and each different one does a different thing. So there's one that gives you movement speed, one that gives you fire rate, one that gives you melee damage, one that gives you spell damage. This is on top of the damage thing that it does. It's so absolutely crazy, and there's nothing else that does what it does. You could completely remove the damage component from this spell, and it would still be one of the best damage boosting spells in the game. It does too much.
I had so many more I wanted to kill.
Bonk, ka-chow. How you doing, bro, Morin? One thing I love about Chaos Chamber is the load time on console. Yes, the room is really small. So you can just load in very quickly whenever you do need to save quit Chaos Chamber farming. It's really nice. I would like to see a target dummy added to the Chaos Chamber room. Maybe the ability to buy SDUs in there as well, but like a target dummy in the Chaos Chamber room would be amazing. For like testing builds, you know? Because having to go out to Brighthoof is a little annoying, considering Brighthoof is the opposite and takes forever to load.
Try having.
Performance on console is miles better than BO3. I've only crashed once. Yeah, I think I've only crashed like 2 or 3 times in my... if you include my post-launch and my pre-launch gameplay, I've like over a week played on this game already. And I've only crashed like 3 times. And generally that was after leaving the game open for like an entire day. On the other hand, sometimes I'd like to just warp to the overworld, fight random spawns for testing. That's fun too, Yurtsky, yeah. Like I said, I agree with what you said, which is why I only have 1 in the character I'm leveling up every story. I also see how it stains the essence of the game. Right, like, you can use Buffmeister responsibly, it's just something that for a lot of people is taking attention away from the other things that the game's doing well, and kind of masks certain other issues. Because there are absolutely other spells and items that could use a little bit of attention, balance-wise. But the longer people don't talk about those, because Buffmeister's in the room, the lower the likelihood of those things getting tuned is. Like, for example, Gelatinous Cube, it's funny, but it's useless, but no one uses it because Buffmeister. Like, if you got a Gelatinous Cube and a Buffmeister drop at the same time. There are good legendary spells. Arcane Bolt is fantastic. Inflammation is great. Time Skip is fun. Glacial Cascade's amazing. Twister is really good. Marshmallow is great utility. Reviver is great utility. And that's just in the legendaries. You've got the non-uniques as well. Quaking Thunders, Arc Torrents, Concentrated Magic Barrages, Calamities. Fortifying Sigils, Hydras. There's lots of good spells, but they don't get talked about a lot. So many Clawbringer guys are just run Buffmeister with Spell Shot secondary. Yeah, exactly. It masks issues.
My arcane arm is empty. The avatar of death really takes it out.
Besides Bad Karma, you play with any other streamers? Yeah, several. The Borderlands and Wonderlands Twitch community, we're pretty tight-knit, honestly. It's kind of one of those most of us know each other type deals. But we play together pretty regularly, a lot of us. Epic NNG in the chat is another creator who does a lot of co-op stuff. Chadley99, Birdman778, Killer6, Jolts Dude, Lazy Data, Depriesticles, Mystique Siren. There's lots of people. Too many to list. And we all kind of play together at least occasionally. Do I have good ammo? Let's get more ammo. Gotta be some on the ground somewhere, right? Are there ammo boxes in this arena? I've never looked upstairs. It'd be cool if there were ammo boxes, like, at the, like, in every boss arena. Because if you're gonna do the raid bosses, and you did what I did just now, for example, and burned half your liquid cooling ammo, you're just kind of like, but oh well. Sorry if you get asked this a lot. Do you think Clawbringer is as bad as it looks feels? I think it's a complicated question, because the thing with Clawbringer is, it's got a very confusing sort of, like, identity. Like, what is Clawbringer trying to be? It's got some companion stuff, but out of the 3 companion classes, it's the worst at boosting companions. But the Wyvern itself, individually, is stronger than the other companions. So, like, it's a good pet with fewer ways to boost that pet. So at that point, you just take a second class instead of the Clawbringer tree. But then that's not Clawbringer being good. You're using another class to boost Clawbringer. Clawbringer doesn't provide much to other classes. And the tree in the second half just kind of starts not doing anything really useful. The Capstone having a very long cooldown, weird. A bunch of other effects having weird cooldowns and conditionality, weird. It's very conditional. It's almost like they were afraid of Clawbringer while they were making it, and they were like, let's scale this back a little bit. But then we see the things that some other classes are capable of, and it's like, oh, they weren't afraid there, were they? So I think Clawbringer is one of those classes that you can absolutely get a lot of value out of, but it's going to be more gear dependent, and you're going to be maybe a little more restricted in the kinds of builds you can make on Clawbringer versus other characters. Because you have very spammable action skills if you use Storm Dragon's Judgment and you just recall it immediately. It's one of the most spammable with that. And also, it doesn't interrupt you. It just takes your left hand. That's a big deal. You can keep shooting while doing it. It's also range delivery of melee damage without having to use a Ragnarok. Dragonor is a good damage skill. Oath of Fire is a good damage skill. And then after tier 2, the middle of the tree is kind of like okay. And then the bottom is like okay. And the Wyvern is genuinely good at applying damage, and a lot of it even. It's just, you're more restricted in the things Clawbringer can do better than other classes. It still can do things, just the better than other classes part comes in. There's a boss bar color. I've been confused on what's worked best. Color to me looks like a mix of blue and gray. If someone catches it, that's bone poison dart. That's what cryo is effective against bone. You like Spore Zerker better than Stabo Zerker? Yeah. Yeah, I just kind of prefer Spore Warden to Stabomancer. In this particular instance, I'm using Stabomancer to avoid a bug, and also because it just kind of works with what I have equipped. But yeah. Hey Stone, how you doing? Claw Zerker is absolutely one of the best combos for it. Yeah, for Axis, for sure. Berserker just complements so many classes well, in particular Clawbringer, though. Moxley's ridden 1 to 2 mil Spore Warden Berserker combo yesterday. Yeah, you can do cool stuff. In this game, things freeze faster than a BL3, by the way. A slight buff at its base. Love to see it. Love to see it.
My destiny in its end was dark as shadows vile, and distant as the furthest star.
Yeah, you can shoot the Maker here to make her stop talking. It's faster. Alright, Gloop, behave this time. You've been really rude on runs today. I haven't gotten a fast cycle.
Don't think you can get
So squishy and gross. I love it. I wanna see Viva is code.
the final hour.
Gloop, you missed. You're supposed to send that at me. Why'd you miss? Chat, Gloop is being rude. Oh, I got a baby attack over here. It's just not polite. Do fast kill slow cycle. Awkward. New skeleton key? Ooh, that's kind of you to post, Blood Raven. Love the puzzles being integrated? Yes, it's a great design touch. Which multi-class would you say is best for a new bad aimer? I deal with neuropathy tremors, but that was never an issue with Gage Amara. Spore Warden Capstone is basically an upgraded version of Amara's Indiscriminate. So if you use the ricochets a lot, you could use that. You could maybe do a Spore Warden Spell Shot. Spore Warden Spell Shot could be a good bet. They nailed the visual design of these raid bosses? Absolutely. I know it's a very subjective question, but what would you consider the top 3 primary classes to be? I'm on consoles, so can't trade saves. Really don't feel like grinding loot luck on 6 characters. Understandable, Zachariah. I would say that Spell Shot, Graveborn, and then the third one's kind of up for debate, I suppose. Some people would say Spore Warden. Some people would say Berserker. Some people would say Stabomancer. I don't think many people would say Clawbringer for that third slot. Some people say Stabo. I would probably say Spell Shot, Graveborn, Berserker for top 3. If you had to top 3. I don't like ranking, and you know that, but in the bounds of what you're saying, I'd say it'd be those 3. Dark Magic, Berserker, Satisfy damage and chance. Maybe. I don't have inventory for that, though. Argue Stabo's top 3 for its flexibility. It's not that flexible, Nova, because if you're in a position where you can't melee, this turns off. This turns off. Half of this turns off. there are some objectives and stuff where you can't move efficiently for swift death. And it's a lot of global damage, sure, from here. And then you have gun, spell, melee here. Every other class gives damage boosts as well. In terms of global boosting your damage, Berserker gives you more than Stabomancer does. It just does it better. Berserker, you get an elemental damage bonus to Frost. You get a conditional with the Icebreaker skill. You get conditional with the Old Ways. You get AoE damage. You get healing. You get movement speed. You get reload speed. You get swap speed. You get melee speed still. Like, Berserker has a better skill tree than Stabomancer. You can do specific things with Stabo Capstone and action skills, but Berserker has a better tree. It's got a 40% action skill cooldown, spell shot skeep, interesting. Yeah, double roll cooldown is interesting. Also, that's a selective amnesia. Spell shot, but it's got gun damage. I guess I'll take that. So that was like a Mara, her trees give her a little boost, she needed to take them. Stabo doesn't give a little amount of boost, it's just less than Berserker. Stabo's also got the least impactful class feat, in all honesty. Yes, even compared to the Wyvern. Wyvern is a good application of damage over a wide area. Stabo's just makes you slightly more likely to do your damage well. I'd say Stabo's one of the weaker skill trees. Not bad. Not bad at all. Remember, if it's a race between a bunch of superheroes and you say one of them's slower, well, it's still super speed. You get it? Stabo enables Spellshot Capstone. So can anyone else critting. That's my build? Yeah, you can do that without Stabo Capstone. With similar consistency. It's not bad, it's just less impactful. Because remember, this 30% crit is not a flat 30% crit. It is a 30% mult in your crit formula. So, you see how, even with Stabo Capstone, I have a 9.8% global crit chance? If you look at the tooltip would work. Yeah, I have 46 on melee attack, 25, excuse me, on spells. Yeah, that's with the Stabo 30, so, like, it's not that good. I don't think it needs attention, I don't think it's bad, I just think people overestimate its value compared to other classes. Interactions with Capstone aside. All damage, melee damage, smart armor, Stabo Zerker. That's a good melee class mode, honestly. Or armor, rather. What if the superhero is just a rich billionaire playing with military toys? Still pretty effective. Super Duper hope they support Wonderlands for a long time, paranoid that after the season pass that'll be it. It depends entirely, I think, on how the community receives the content. BL3's DLC was very well received, to the point where they're like, yeah, we could give you guys more of that. And then, of course, people who don't understand linear time complained about BL3 getting a second season. Like, but they wanted to give more content. And they gave a bundle for the content. Like, I don't understand what the problem is. Anyway, I digress. Hey, Mega Lediba. I'm trying to figure out how to make Berserker Greatborn Drain Tank work, but my damage is so trash, even basically Mordo. Which action skill are you using? Are you using Dire Sacrifice or Reaper of Bones? Because I was not having much success on bosses with that setup, with Dire Sacrifice, but switching to Reaper did a lot for me. This Amalgam is trying, but neither the skills nor the passes are very good. It's unfortunate. Melee damage, all damage, deathless. Not great. It's another deathless. Let's go for launchers. It's gamers being gamers, yeah. Yep. Well said. climbing chaos levels like climbing mayhem in terms of like an M7 weapon being better? No, no, no. So you can be equally geared on Chaos 1 as you can on Chaos 19. There is no difference in the maximum quality of what can drop there. You just have better chances at chaotic items. Now at Chaos 20, Volatile opens up. Currently, Chaos 20 is the only level that drops on, but it is not like OP levels or Mayhem levels where you need to refarm an item for every level. Much more forgiving. I've messed around with Reaper much, I'll give it a go. It is night and day in terms of damage. I do have a setup. If you do exclamation point Skeep, it'll bring up a 9-minute highlight of me going over my Berserker Graveborn Reaper Bone setup. You can check that out for maybe a starting point. Welcome in, Love You 89. How you doing? Put that away. Cat, what are you doing? Oh, my bank's full. Uh-oh, chat. I have 510 things in my bank. Uh-oh. I will leave that problem for future me. Would a Stab Berserker gun build work? Absolutely. Absolutely. There isn't character scaling through the chaos levels, is there? No, no. What does Volatile do? So think of Chaotic as +2 character levels for the base stats of the item. And Volatile is, instead of +2 character levels, it's +4 character levels. So 1.09 to the power of 4 times the value of the gun. For Volatile. Do I need some mules? I do. Meow time? It certainly is meow time. And Quag Pride indeed. Ascended gear, heart? No, not heart for that. Unheart. Retract the heart. Scaling on that is scary. What class mod do you recommend for Clawbringer Spore Warden? It really depends on what your chosen avenue of damage is for that Rager. Are you doing a gun build? Are you doing a companion build? Ability damage build? Like, what's your angle there? They just stop at Volatile. They've already said that they plan on adding more. But I'm hopeful they adjust the scaling on future ones. Instead of, like, the next one being 6 character levels, maybe make the next one only 5. Make it only 1 more than Volatile. Or maybe you scale back Chaotic to be +1 character level, Volatile to be +2, etc. Make them 1 character level instead of jumping in increases of 2. Because that means that by the time we get a 5th Chaos tier of gear, that is exactly the same scaling as OP levels and Mayhem level guns. With the current numbers. And I do not want to go back there. More of a hybrid build? Doesn't really give me a lot to go on, to be honest. Just a safe bet in general is getting an amalgam with the primary class or secondary class that gets you the skill rolls you want. What skills and armor can roll is determined by what classes it rolls and what order those classes roll in. So for example, where is this other select amnesia? Let me find it. I do have a good example of this. So this one. This selective amnesia on the right. This one is primary Graveborn, secondary Spore Warden. And that's also good for this build, even in the Stabomancer configuration, because Primary Graveborn, secondary Spore Warden determines that the skills it can roll are these three. Now, the Graveborn skills here are Dark Hydra and Faithful Thralls, which we know, especially combined together, are insane amounts of damage. So, like, that's worth using on any Graveborn build, whether it's a Spore Warden or not. Now, my current Selective Amnesia is Stabo Primary, Graveborn Secondary. Now, Graveborn power means more to me, but Stabo Primary allows this combination to roll the Graveborn Lord of Edges skill, which is the only way you get that. So, the classes on your armor are going to affect the skills, and that can affect, that can matter a lot in some builds. Now, in terms of what red text affect, that's really going to matter on what you specifically are doing. If you're not sure, then Amalgam is, instead of having a red text effect, it just gets 2 more passives. Then you've got other popular ones. Are Smart Armor is very popular. It's minus crit chance plus crit damage. That's this one right here. You've got Warped Paradigm, which will take any 2 of melee damage, ability damage, spell damage, and make them scale with the third one. So you might have melee damage and ability damage is increased by 50% of your spell damage, for example. That's really nice if you've got a spell shot secondary class, because then just all that spell weaving becomes the other stats. Party up. I'm playing solo right now, Dana White. Heard Paradigm and Spell Shot's insane? Yeah. Spell Shot gets huge amounts of spell damage, so even converting half of that into another stat gets absolutely crazy. I'm at WonderCon. Hey, Cordon Empty, how you doing? Currently using the Elementalist. Which one is that? Do I have one on me? I don't remember the effect of Elementalist. Is that a class mod or is that a prefix? Primordial and Ascended exist. Silent, you're not listening. Primordial and Ascended are not obtainable in the game. Volatile is the highest that is currently obtainable. Yes, I'm well aware that people on Reddit have used Cheat Engine to get things that have not been added into the game yet. It is not relevant to current discussion. Because it's not stuff that's been released, the balancing of those things is not relevant. You know what I'm saying to the next levels? Okay. After Volatile. Yeah, and they should not be looked at, those people doing that. That should not be taken as gospel, and it does not change that, hopefully, if they decide to go through with adding those tiers in, which is something they've said, but plans do change, they scale back the jumps that those levels give. Because +2 per is not okay. Especially with armor balance. You'll end up in a situation where, look at this Amalgam, it's only chaotic, but each of these passives, 29.6, 35.6, etc., that's just chaotic. Volatile increases that by another 2 character levels. So you eventually hit a point where if you get a really good Amalgam at one of those high tiers, it's going to give you more total damage bonuses than an entire skill tree. And that is why I said unheart Volatile or whatever the tier you said is, because I do not want levels of items to matter more than skill trees. That's something for us to talk about as a community and get all on the same page, that big number is the enemy. Big number is why Borderlands 2, in its endgame, has 2 entire difficulty levels that get ignored by more than half of the community. Big number is why nothing was challenging by the end of Borderlands 3. big number is why skill tree variety did not exist by the end of Borderlands 2 and TPS. And was hit significantly in Borderlands 3. Might be prefix, sorry, still learning gear nomenclature, but it's the dark magic perk where it converts 30% of damage to dark magic damage. Ah, okay, that is, which one is that? I think I have one of those on me. I think I have one of those. Where is it? What's the name of that one? Ah, there it is. Corrupted plate mail. That's the one. Corrupted plate mail. But yeah, back to the other conversation. I also, just as a general point, something to keep in mind, is any leaked, data mined, speculated things should not be taken seriously, because doesn't mean that it's something that they even intend to use in the game. Could be placeholder, etc., etc. Just something to keep in mind. Hey Control, how you doing?
Looks like magic is back on the menu.
Man, this build is great, just turn your brain off gameplay. I'm just zooming around shooting things. It's lovely. Damage. Like, we had a few things in BO3 that never got used. Yeah. Yes, we did. There were some unused BL2 things as well, I believe. And, you know, it's been 10 years. So you're saying there's a chance. You can interpret that however you like. Worries me a bit that every game has a similar end game problem. This is one of the reasons, Chester, that I think Wonderlands explicitly not being a Borderlands game is a good thing. If the damage profile of volatile liquid cooling to Ascended isn't that bad, silent. You're trolling. There is no shot you're not trolling. Because that's just not how math works. This volatile liquid cooling is already trivializing the game. This game currently, at this moment, this released game, is not balanced for volatile guns. If you have a volatile gun, it is stronger than anything you need to do content at a reasonable pace. You don't even need chaotic items to do this game efficiently. Chaotic is like, hey, you got really good. Volatile is like, okay, this shit's game-breaking. This is already stronger than anything in the game needs to be. This gun right here. It's not this best gun in the game thing, but volatile weapons, this is something to chase for the clout and for the power trip, not because it's something that can be justified from a balance perspective. It's supposed to be rare, it's supposed to be super powerful, it's supposed to be fun. 1163 times 2 at Ascended, that's absolutely bonkers. That's insane. That is not justifiable. So saying really isn't that bad, like, that is a huge base damage increase. To a gun that I'm already running around, deleting badasses that fast with, while not even moving quickly. Like, it's not okay. Minimizing the problem of that because you like big number is not in the best interest of the health of this game, long or short term. I'm sorry, it's just not reality. This is how you end up with things like grenades in Borderlands 2 having card damage values in the millions. Like, you just had number vomit on your screen, and you had, by the end of that game, you had no concept of what damage values were good anymore. It's like, gee, is this gun with 5 million card damage any good? No. Now imagine the passive bonuses was sent here on top of liquid cooling. That's where I think the issue lies. It's both. It can be both things. The existence of one problem does not minimize the existence of another one. Should we look at that in general? Yes, the scaling in general of tiers going up, of these chaos sub-rarities, as a whole, is a problem. So, like, the guns going up by 2 levels per is a problem. The stats on armors and amulets going up by 2 levels per is a problem. They are both equally a problem. And both of those things notably outstrip things like red text effects. So if you look at things like the selective amnesia, or the smart armor, or the gauntlets here, those values aren't increasing with chaotic volatile. They're just there. So those aren't going to scale up, but everything else is. So it's very likely that with this system you end up at a point where, let's say you're on Chaos 40, and having a, you know, whatever Chaos rarity you have for that tier appropriate on a blue armor is going to give you more damage than a perfectly rolled smart armor, because the passives are just that big. But also, a gun of that tier having double the base damage of a gun without the tier at all is an equally big problem. Because that's double your base damage, that number that your entire formula multiplies off of. So it's something to keep in mind. Currently, it's not a problem. I want to reiterate that currently, the way the game is balanced, I don't believe it's a problem. Even volatile being this strong, I don't think it's a problem, because getting volatiles is extremely rare, and it's a, especially with the enchantment breaking situation, it's a rare thing to chase. It gives you a long-term goal, but it's something that could become a problem.
We meet again.
Echo, you see the thing about the elemental boost and chaos chamber in friend bots? I've not checked friend bots since I woke up. I wanted to start today in a good mood. But feel free to fill me in, CZ. If I have 1 on spellcast, do X, and 1 on spellcast, do Y, do they stack? Enchantments of the same type, of the same exact wording, do not stack. So if you have spellcast damage dealt in 2 slots, you only get 1. Got a bit sidetracked, the video is very informative, thank you. Hey, you're very welcome. My pleasure. Yeah, pinging this boss makes it so much easier. go.
Was to send.
Breaking items is very avoidable. Just duplicate the item multiple times. You save. Oh yeah, just go outside of the systems of the game, Silent. Just cheat. Like the entire reason people have to use save editors or feel like they have to use save editors is when a system is so untenable that you cannot use game mechanics to do game mechanics. I don't think just use third-party methods is the best way to approach that. Didn't think about on console. It shouldn't be a thing you have to do on PC either. I don't want to have to go circumvent the systems of the game and back up a save to make sure that an item I farm for is usable. Not my fault Borderlands has created a system for 10 plus years. The enchantment bricking thing is not a thing from previous games. This is also not a Borderlands game. This is a Wonderlands game. It's a different thing. Did they fix the bug where respec somehow permanently reduces action skill cooldown? Yes, homie data. That was a result of the topped off Guardian rank perk stacking multiple times. Topped off does not exist in this game, which is amazing. Seriously, that's one of my favorite balancing things they did. You can actually not have a panic attack from your shield taking 1 damage and be like, I lost 200% cooldown for that. You can just kind of play. So much better not having topped off. Have you found any good Hydra spells? I've been rolling for a while, and I've only seen they seem rare. Hydra spells are pretty rare in my experience as well. I picked up this one a couple runs ago that I want to test out. It's 2 spell damage and a cooldown rate part. Cooldown rate not ideal because you're probably just going to polymorph spam this thing, but spell damage increases the base by a good amount. So I do want to try this out on a polymorph setup. I'm going to favorite that so I don't accidentally drop it. Or some shields I could look out for. Just using a lot of spells and spell shot makes any difference. So ones that I really like are these two in particular, the Body Rune and the Cursed Wit. Cursed Wit gives you a massive damage bonus while it's empty. Body Rune gives you a massive bonus element and healing when you kill things. Both of those are just very, very reliable things. The inherent RNG rolls and no ability to change them on things like passes is the reason save editors will always be something someone wants. Not really the case. Save editors will always be something someone wants because even in a system where farming isn't problematic, people are going to use the save editors for content creation purposes, or some people just like the rush of bypassing the system. Even in a perfect system, they still exist, which is why they are not something that should enter the conversation when talking about balancing game mechanics, especially longevity mechanics like rerolling for player retention or the illusion of player retention. It is completely irrelevant. When there is a system that makes players not want to use the system at all because of bricking, the answer is not just save edit. Save editing is a consequence. It is a symptom. So you throw it out there completely. You do not balance around the cheaters, even if the cheating is justified. Just want to reiterate, I do not consider save editing to be ethically wrong. It is a tool like anything else, but it should not be the norm. It should not be the thing you are required to do to not have your item be completely useless. You recommended Spore would be great for a noob, bad aim. Which multi-class complement the Ricochet playstyle the most? I would say Spell Shot. Spell Shot gets the most boosts to just making your guns do damage. Also, if you wanted to use a Phase Grasp type thing, you could use the Polymorph action skill. And it's basically Phase Grasp, but flavorful for this game. That's a good pincushion. I don't really want Rampage on it. Echo on pincushion is very satisfying. But that's a good one. Do I have an inventory slot for that? I do. I'll take that. So if I have one enchant that's on spellcast, increase poison, one that's on spell, increase fire, do they both work? Yes. Yes, they do. They're different effects, Emily. They both work. You just can't have two of the same one. It's been a breakdown yet of differences in loot luck and the actual percentages. That kind of stuff is ongoing, Zachariah. Yo, Homie Data, thanks for giving us a sub. I appreciate it. 11 in the channel. Thank you so much. Going to that, Black Jeff. Good to see a familiar name taken care of. Thank you so much. I'm always happy to help. Mage Staff. I kind of want to make a Mage Staff build, but that's a really bad one.
Back at it.
Heard of this Buffmeister bug on Spell Shot. I know it's strong, don't use it because I know it's going to patch. Don't want to get used to it. That's a big thing I've been cautioning people about, J.A. Girani. Use of the Buffmeister in general is something I would caution people about, because it's seen as this band-aid that you slap on a build. You're like, hey, you don't need to have a good build if you just Buffmeister. But what happens in a situation where you can't use the Buffmeister? Then everything becomes problematic. It's training wheels, but in a harmful sense. It doesn't help you get into things, it doesn't help you learn things, it makes you dependent on it. It makes your entire view of the game center around the Buffmeister. Which is why you've seen people asserting that, for example, legendary weapons aren't good, when that is not the case at all. There are very good legendary weapons. It's just certain weapons are Buffmeister delivery systems, and people use those things together, and nothing else. For example, you see a lot of people who absolutely swear by Nightshade being the highest DPS thing in the game. It's not. Not even close, really. Not even top 5. It's very good, but it's not even top 5. Unless you use a Buffmeister, because the number of projectiles makes it really good Buffmeister feeding. But if you use other things, it's just good. Maybe a little too good. But, for example, it loses very handily to Liquid Cooling, Gluttony, most of the Torg manufacturer, most of the Furior manufacturer while we're at it. White Rider. Like, Buffmeister's a problem. Alright, let's put my luck stuff on. We'll toggle Chaos. Example of something bricking, I got a very well-rolled Volatile Twin Soul, didn't get the enchant I wanted, spent hours upon hours farming for it, but all that went to shit because it didn't roll well. And that's unfortunate, especially with a Volatile, which Volatiles have a 1.41% base drop rate. You can see right here. The game straight up tells you. Now, it seems like Loot Luck makes this a little more favorable, because I definitely see way more chaotic stuff with Loot Luck. Could be placebo, could be confirmation bias, but there you go. Base 1.41. I don't think your 1.41 drop rate item, before part variance, before adjusting for there being these many individual items in the game, I don't think that should be invalidated by, let's say you get the one of the item you want with the exact parts you want, and then in 11 rerolls you don't get the enchant you want. Then the item's just useless to you. I don't think that should be a possibility. I think getting the Volatile drop at all is enough of a barrier. So I think that the enchantment breaking thing should go. Hey, Clark, question. What do I need in order to get into Wartooth Shallows? There's foliage blocking the entrance, and I'm confused how to get through. There's a side quest right in front of the door there, Pumakaze. Talk to the person who's standing right there. That's all you gotta do. It's not even a side quest, it's a main quest, but just talk to the person who's standing right there. Day 4 of farming Liquid Cooling from either Barf Bunnies dedicated to the Spore Fuse enchant. Yeah, it can be tough. It's Twin Soul and the element I wanted with max swing speed and Volatile, so enchant breaking felt like absolute shit. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a Twin Soul with Amp and Echo with a good element, Volatile. and then I'll need a specific enchant. It's just like a lot of specificity. Do you think they should add companion fire rate to the game? I think that could be a cool like legendary effect to put on something. Gouty. If they could make that work. You think a loadout feature would be useful? Absolutely. Absolutely, Psycho. Absolutely. I would love to see that. A loadout feature, maybe maybe at the customization station. Just like a loadout machine. Or a loadout option in there. That'd be really cool. You think chaos levels should be profile wide? Absolutely not. I think they should be progression based because the big thing that happened with Borderlands 3's difficulty progression through mayhem levels versus Borderlands 2's is Borderlands 3 had a lot of people who jumped into the hardest content on the highest mayhem level because they saw creators doing it, or they had friends who were doing it, or they were in social circles that said, hey, your approach of taking difficulty at your own pace isn't valid, you're not a real fan, you're not a real gamer, etc. It's pretty fucking toxic and I hate it, but it's a thing that people do. So you had a lot of people who weren't prepared for the hardest stuff jumping into the hardest stuff, and then their enjoyment of the game was destroyed because they weren't prepared for it. And a lot of times, very vocal feedback of this variety caused balance changes to the game to be prioritized. For example, the difficulty reduction to the Guardian takedown when it first came out. It was not a problem for people who had builds that were good enough for the content, but you had lots of people who were able to do the other content on Mayhem 10 because it was easy, who couldn't do that content, but who they never went through the progression to learn what they were doing. So it'd be people who completed the story, jumped immediately to Mayhem 10, using one overpowered item that could deal with the weaker stuff, and then they were unprepared. So future content that came out was rendered vulnerable to questionable feedback because people didn't progress to get there. Now in Borderlands 2, you could have someone rush you through peak levels, but it was still a time investment, and most people instead went through the progress of earning each individual OP level the same way you earn chaos levels in this game. And that progression weeded out a lot of that stuff. It resulted in a more consistent endgame difficulty curve, with the exception of the OP 910 stuff, but, you know. I think earning difficulty levels per character results in more character knowledge more of the time, and I think that's better. Imagine not letting people play the game they want. Some people are so annoying, like, no, I don't want to rush through the game, I want to take my time and enjoy it. Yeah, and you should absolutely have that option. Some people can be so pretentious. Right, at the end of the day, like, if you make it your entire internet persona to tell other people how they should play their game, that might be a you problem. Were you was doing a build using 1-mag snipers? Yeah, I have a 1-mag sniper I use on this build sometimes. This one, right here. You remember me using this? Does liquid cooling bug with stabos from the shadows? Because mine stops firing even though I had ammo. Are you playing in multiplayer, Tetsu? Because I've heard there's a bug with Skulldugger pistols in multiplayer. Time skip spell worth it? It's fun. I mean, people who've unlocked themselves allowing you to do it on other characters without releveling it? No. I do not think that should be a thing. Even as someone who would be prepared to do Chaos 20 on a new character, I want to have to earn it. Because what will happen is if someone downloads a profile or a save of a creator who has made a Chaos 20 build, and they play that one build, they're like, oh, cool, this is great. Now let me go on another character, go on Chaos 20. It bypasses the entire thing, and you end up with the Borderlands 3 situation of people on a difficulty level they're not prepared for, giving feedback that is not accurate to the actual state of the game, and it leads to issues like, you'll see some people out there right now, who they'll see the boss mechanics in this game, and they'll go in unprepared, they'll refuse to learn the mechanics, and everything will be to blame except for them, in their mind. People will stare directly into the light during the yellow boss and be like, this is terrible design, it didn't warn me. You literally did the warning puzzle to get into that fight. It feeds that portion of the fan base who's inherently toxic, and because Gearbox is a good developer, and because Gearbox tries to do things to please their fans, the more vocal that toxic part of the fan base is, the more they get amplified, the more likely they are to be the group that gets listened to. which means the rest of us don't get fun things. The bosses in Wonderlands are absolutely amazing, and that's because Gearbox listened to players wanting more complicated boss fights than stand here, face tank, maybe there's an immune phase. That's it. So, we often have to cater to a certain denomination of player. But fortunately, it goes hand in hand with letting people play the game their way, at their own pace, and progress through difficulty levels if they want to. But thank you, Psycho, for the Prime. I really appreciate it. A lot of creators on the platform, you chose me, means the world, and it's been nice having you here. Thank you. Favorite boss so far is Yellow Raid boss? Yeah, mine too. Mine too. That's Bunned Hog. Enemy AI is horrible. Which enemies? There are some that I feel could be made a little more aggressive. But there are some that I do enjoy fighting against. Like, I feel like the sharks are fine. But sometimes goblins do just kind of run in circles a little bit. That could stand a change. Like, this zombie, instead of shooting me, is just kind of ambling away. Zombies and goblins, I have noticed some AI weirdness. They could maybe make them more aggressive. What do you guys think about that, chat?
Another notch and not a coin to show for it. You're nothing but a ski holder.
Hate the eyeballs. I'd like if the enemy set that had eyeballs in it also had some ground enemies instead of being just Cyclops. That would be nice. Because if you get an entire round of just flying enemies, it's like, oh, literally all the enemies are awful. Most of the time, I fail Save Your Soul, just because the enemy sprints away. Yeah, Fatal Mutation. It can be very discouraging. So, a little bit more aggression on enemies, maybe a little more density. No flying enemy only stages. Other than that, though, I do like the enemies in this game. They do feel distinct from each other. I find Cyclops a lot more interesting than Goliaths, for example. That could just be a personal thing. That could be me sick of being forced to fight Goliaths for 10 years. Could be either, really. Love more enemy density? Yeah. Something I'm hopeful we get with DLCs is because they've said they're expanding on the Chaos Chamber in the Season Pass, right? More enemy variety. More enemy types. Something Godfall did, which this game definitely took a few design cues from. And that makes sense. Gearbox did publish Godfall. But anyway, something Godfall did with its expansion was it added a new enemy faction and then mixed that faction into all the activities in the game. So you just had, you had a lot more variety overall. And that felt really good. Is a Twin Soul good? Yeah, yeah. Twin Soul's whole gimmick is it gets 2 hilt mods. So if you've ever got a build that you want to trigger 2 hilt mods, like let's say you want Archmage and Ancient. You want spell cooldown and action skill cooldown for melee. You can use a Twin Soul for that, and it's also got a good base swing speed. For this build in particular, I want a Twin Soul with Echo and Amp. That is the end goal for melee weapons for this build. I've not gotten it yet, but it's something I'm looking for.
You won't be needing that.
What if we got a Circle of Slaughter type thing? That'd be cool. Dragon Lord gets frustrating for me sometimes, usually kill him with 1 life left. Dragon Lord really feels like a final exam boss, and I do like that a lot. Might have wondered if you're interested in any specific element. No specific element, just, if possible, either not bricked or this enchant. Spellcast damage dealt. Really wish the red text was explained when inspecting. Well, that's just not how this franchise works. Or, I suppose, these games. These Lands games. Borderlands and Wonderlands both. They are separate franchises, and I do like to stress that because it allows them a lot of freedom with design choices in this game. But that's just not... Red text is supposed to be, hey, I wonder what this gun does. And you pick it up and use it and you figure out. It's cool. That's part of the fun for me. One of the most enjoyable moments I've had with this game so far is the first time I got the inflammation spell. And I had only heard negative things about it, but I hadn't heard what it did. So I picked it up and I was like, let me use this. And I started using it, and the surprise and sheer joy from using that spell, it was amazing. I love that spell so much, and figuring out all the cool things it's capable of, it's just something I really thoroughly enjoyed. And you don't get that if they tell you what the red text is. Now, in terms of telling you what your damage skills do, yeah, that's something they should absolutely do. But red text, I prefer if that remained a surprise. That's just my personal taste. Breezicles, get back here. Amp Rampage? You tried. You tried. What do we need to do to get it to work well? Couldn't get it to do anything significant. The inflammation? So inflammation is a supportive thing. You apply its effect... Ooh, marshmallow. You apply its effect to an enemy, and then you kill that enemy with anything. And then when that enemy dies, they explode in a fire explosion that inflicts the inflammation effect on anything in the radius. So, if you get a bunch of enemies weak, you can cause a chain reaction across your entire screen of inflammation explosions. Or if you use it against weaker enemies, you could take them all out at once. Also, inflammation is extremely spammable. It's got a bunch of charges and a short cooldown. So if you want to trigger on spellcast effects, it's one of the best ones for that. It's a cool spell. One thing I wish they'd do something about is enchantment costs. Don't want to throw out a volatile, spend hours getting because I got a shit enchantment. Right, enchantment bricking should not be a thing. I personally think that the solution to that I would be most okay with would be removing the Moon Orb cap or increasing the Moon Orb cap, but not that alone, also capping reroll costs to a number that is achievable, because the reroll cost literally goes higher than the Moon Orb cap, and I don't think that's a good design decision. There's enough barriers to getting specific items in these games. We do not need to make enchant rerolling have an 11 reroll limit per item. Explosions basically rad explosions? Yeah. I know it's early for speculation, but I really hope the new class uses poison so we have every element represented. Yeah, Spore Warden kind of pretends to use poison, and it's got what, the poison enchant, Sabomancer has a poison enchant, but ultimately there's not really a class that's able to deliver a lot of poison damage right now, so it would be cool to see some kind of a poisoner. I want a Flacker. I like the Flacker a lot too, but I'm personally glad that very few items return, because returning items are a recipe for disappointment for a lot of players. And there are examples of disappointing returning items in this game. For example, the Sword Explosion is kinda bad. You need very specific part versions of the Sword Explosion for it to be even remotely decent compared to non-unique weapons in its manufacturer and class. So, like, either you end up in a situation where you're using the same thing in the same way, from a previous game, and it's not new or interesting, or you end up in a situation where it's worse than it was, and people won't let it go. Like the Hellfire in Borderlands 3, which people are still talking about almost 3 full years later. 2.5 years. I never get a specific character enchantment, and I'm waiting, and I'm playing since launch. Yeah, the waiting for them is lower. Character-specific enchants are, they're less common. They're less common. I don't necessarily like that either. Hellfire has been bad in more games than it was good. Hellfire is good in this game, but it's a spell that works completely differently. Because they changed it. It's just a different item that has the same name. And that's the key, making different things. Inflammation is fun, I'm guessing it's Firelock? Yes. One more thing is getting dice and stuff per playthrough. Getting 260 dice to have to do all side quests for another character to have decent drop rates is asked. Well, you don't need to do all of the dice to have decent drop rates. If you plan on dedicated farming, you probably want that character to have all of the dice. But Chaos Chamber is pretty forgiving in terms of drops. Even without a lot of dice. Like, I have one character that has all dice, I think. And I don't really play that character much. My more regularly played characters have around half the dice. And I still get good drop rates on items because I farm Chaos Chamber. So I'd say the dice situation is more of an issue for people who prefer dedicated farming. But at that point, if you're dedicated farming, you don't need multiple characters. You could just do it on that one. So I don't think the dice thing is as much of a problem. Would I be opposed to it being at least just the dice being changed to character specific? No, I wouldn't be opposed, but like, it also wouldn't really do anything for me. So like, personally, it's not impactful for what I do in the game. Show the skill tree once again? Yeah. Spellshot Capstone. A Relentless Rage in Berserker. I'm glad that Wonderlands doesn't rely too much on I know that and BL references. It's really just solid as a standalone. Right. I really like that it's its own beast. Freezicles is a pain on a Frost Focus build. Yeah, keep non-LE guns for Freezicles, for sure. Non-elemental guns are really good in this game because they have no negative matchups and higher base damage. Sure, you get the trade-off of you don't get an element matching bonus and elemental stuff in your formula doesn't apply to them, but they just kill really well. Thank you. You're welcome, Amber.
What shall I meet death out with? Dirty fool, I say, dirty fool!
I do miss Echo Cast, I must say. Chaos Chamber's pretty forgiving with drops. Last night, got 8k crystals and solo extended run Portal. All the pistols just got 2 Queen's Cries. Yeah, Dominic, the bunnies have been rude to me today, even during the stream. Sometimes it's not great, but just as a general thing, Chaos Chamber is pretty good for getting drops. And it, more importantly, allows you to target certain categories of items, which is something I've wanted in Borderlands for a while. So I'm glad we finally have that. Okay, so for drill, I could use the Carouser. That'd probably be pretty good, actually. I want to try this. Where is it? Where's my other Ludite? Yeah, I'm gonna try Fire Ludite. He doesn't resist fire in his first phase, right? Hey, Edrin. I went Sabo first for the dots, elemental damage. You kill stuff so fast. Nothing. Rod's learning lots. Thanks for streaming. Hey, my pleasure. My pleasure. I do want to do a status effect build, eventually. It's just, there's so many build concepts I'm messing with. And that's probably something that requires some specific gear to get that damage into your dot instead of the thing applying the dot. That was a problem Borderlands 3 had with dot builds. Only Amara could really do that. But now we have more stuff that we can invest just into the dot part. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. Need to get away from ice builds since BO3 ran Zane's Kara builds 24/7. Any suggestions? Frost is just a really good element in this game because of the things it's on. It's not so much that the element itself is great, it's that, one, Berserker supports it really well, and two, there's some things that happen to be very high damage that are only in Frost. Example. These ×4 SMGs are all Frost. Liquid Cooling is Frost. Glacial Cascade spell is Frost. Fragment Rain is the legendary SMG that can spawn Hydras. It's Frost. There's a lot of stuff that just happens to be Frost, so it can be tough to get away from it. Dark Magic is a good neutral element to use against everything. As long as you have bonus elements to support matchups against, like, say, you want some shock bonus elements against wards, you want some fire against flesh, etc. The Gluttony is a really good weapon to try out as a good intro to using dark magic guns. Big fan of that.
Good thing I finally
I think once you get it all figured out, they'll add triple multiclass or something, let the theory crafting begin again. I really hope we don't ever get triple multiclassing, because that just creates problems. I hope not. If they remove blues from 500 crystal bunnies, I'd spend all day there, but getting blues shit's demoralizing. There's some really good blues though, Ansky. Like, for example, this. This is one of the best guns I have, and it's a blue. I don't want this to go. Hold up a sec. Legendary Frost SMG that can spawn Hydras. What's the name of it again? It is the Fragment Rain. This one. Now, you don't always get the Hydra part. I actually wasn't certain this existed until someone told me yesterday, and I went and got one. Hashtag make it a legendary. There's no legendary sticky shotgun that's not terrible, so maybe. Triple classes with 7 options and 70 combinations. But in terms of having that many class feats at once, it just seems like not a great idea. And, like, depending on how many skill points you have with that, there's some stuff that opens up. It worries me in terms of spiking player power to a point where nothing's challenging anymore. I'm worried about that. I don't want level cap increases, at least not big ones. And I don't want triple multi-class, because it would kind of have a big negative effect on builds. Or at least the process of theory crafting. My son Dumb, is there a trick to telling if a gun is good or not at first glance? It depends on the gun, and that's not a dumb question at all on literacy. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing, by the way? Try to do something with Afterburner? Not yet. It depends on the gun. So for this one, for example, big thing is I want Hydras on this gun, because the other chucking modules don't really do much on this. So that's one of the easier ones to identify. But you can always look in the parts list here. You can look at the accessories. At least by Borderlands 3 rules, a lot of guns can roll 1 to 3 body accessories, 1 to 3 barrel accessories, that kind of thing. So knowing which one you got versus what else is possible, and it shows the part attributes here, will affect like the max damage of the gun, for example. On Dahlia guns, you want to look at the fire modes. So on a Nightshade, you want a full auto, ideally. This fire selector is burst fire semi-auto, so I didn't get a good part there. Melee weapons, you might want a particular hilt modifier. On stickies, you want certain projectile and mag size combinations for certain sticky multipliers. For example, do I have one I can show this easily on? I don't think I do right now. But the ×18 shotguns have an 18% damage multiplier per sticky applied. It shows this on a non-enchanted version. But a let's say, a ×9 only has like a 12 or a 9%. So that kind of thing matters. Are the parts represented in the stats bonuses already? Yes, but some of them you're going to have to go looking to see. Like, example, you don't see the sticky thing anymore because the card just kind of uses the space for something else. So that's something you'd have to know going in, or have a non-enchanted version of this. Like, see, this has the crossbow multiplier, but not the sticky multiplier. That's the kind of thing you want to keep an eye out for. On these crossbolt guns, some of them will increase your damage per crossbolt. Some will only increase melee damage per crossbolt. That's the kind of thing you want to keep an eye out for. Is From the Shadows ability damage? No. How you doing, Pris? They're very few and far in between, though. Like, make 400 crystal bunnies drop blues, but a 500 removes blues would solve the problem. Still be great for blues. Yeah, you know what? I like that solution. That seems like a good compromise. I don't want to get greens from bunnies ever, and I hate when, you know, that last pull in a chamber, you have to take your green and like it. Inflammation with the armor that applies dark magic damage is fun. That sounds fun. Would a melee-only build exist in this game, just like we used to have Melee 0 and BL2 or close to that? I think it's something that you can do. It's going to require more time for people to theorycraft that out, more gear investment, more specific gear in general, and it's going to be more difficult. There's going to be some bosses that you're not going to have a good time fighting against. Like, example, Melee 0 against Dexy, community meme. It could be done, but it was like, wow, this sucks. That kind of thing is going to apply to a few bosses, you know? Alright, do enchantment stack? No, they do not. I really don't think they'll ever allow triple classing. They built everything around 2 classes. I doubt they'll change that post-launch. Hopefully. Hopefully. Do well, thanks. How's Torg Wonderlands? Hearing you talk sticky scares me. It's unnerfed BL3 sticky values, Pris. Also, the ARs have more projectiles and just good damage this time around. Lazy was telling me he got a he saw it in a vendor, a ×4 Torg sticky launcher. A ×4. And I think he said it had the 75 sticky mult. So, Torg in this game is just real good. Yeah, this is a Torg pistol versus drill. This is my first time using this gun, by the way. Chrome recommended this and provided me a copy of one, and it's quite good. So many Torg blues and purples are good. A boss with the purple AR. Yeah, the purple ARs are great. Obviously the ×18 or 13 shotguns are fantastic. The ×3 pistols are really good. That's what I'm using right now. ×3 crossbow barrel Torg pistol. And I'll use a shotgun for longer range because it's got faster projectiles. So is non-sticky mode worth using more? Because the sticky part is enough formula, I don't think base value is going to be problematic for theory crafting. Non-sticky on the shotguns is good. I haven't really messed with it on the other weapon types.
Who wants to make that mistake again?
Sticky mode just seems to be better overall, though. Rude. Question, what's each text on Buffmeister do, like Zap and Pew? I don't have the list memorized, but one is move speed, one is melee damage, one is spell damage, one is fire rate, and something else. Fire rate and handling, I think. They're pretty diverse in effects. You can get one for pretty much like any type of build. I really like the movement speed one, because I use a Buffmeister to run around Brighthoof faster when I'm doing certain things in town. That's the only time I ever use a Buffmeister. Yeah, those text effects on Buffmeister are so good that you could completely remove the bonus element from the item, and it's still one of the best spells in the entire game. That's how good Buffmeister is. Without the bug, without the damage at all, still one of the best in the game.
The spoils of war. Ready to come.
Thanks, Skeet. Trying to gimmick Barrage setup, but I couldn't get the damage I wanted. Barrage is a bit finicky about investment. It's pretty gear dependent to get Barrage like doing a lot of damage, but you can do it. Something I've seen some people do is run a Warped Paradigm that converts spell damage to ability damage, and then run Spell Shot as a second class, so they're also converting their spell damage to their gun damage and getting a lot of spell damage. So basically, they're getting 100% of their spell damage value, or more, as the various things that Barrage scales off of. I think move speed's a default thing that comes on every Buffmeister. Cool. Pew equals gun utility, Ka-Chow is ability damage and crit chance, Bonk is melee damage, Zap is spell damage. Thank you, CC. I believe that's pinned somewhere in the Discord, Ansky. If you want to join that, we have an extensive resources channel and theory crafting channels. Exclamation point Discord. Hey Black Joe, how you doing? You know if the Cascade Cryo spell can have more than 2 charges? I've not even gotten it with a 2 charge variation yet. I'm looking out for a one with 2 charges. I don't know if it can double roll. I've not even seen a single roll yet, personally. Berserker, Spore Warden, Amalgam. Yeah, this is really good skills, or passives rather, but I'd prefer it had been Spore Warden Berserker, because that gets Wrath of Nature. But look at the passives on that. Holy shit, chat. Area damage, gun crit, ability damage, ability crit chance. Wow. That's really good. Afterburn replied it from the shadows? Probably. Like, that looks save edited. Good volatile amalgams are going to be the white whale of this game. Very true. What does class power even do? It does something different for each class. So if you go into your skills menu, and you go up here, you see my spell shot power is increasing my spell weaving stack, my spell weaving spell damage per stack by 59.1% because that's my class power value. Increases polymorph duration and the immune damage, the damage dealt to a target that can't be polymorphed when you try to do it anyway. So the polymorph duration makes a huge impact if you're using that skill to spam a bunch of spells in a support role. But also, that's a lot of spell damage for spell shot power. Now for Berserker, it increases your Enrage bonus element, your Dreadwind damage, your Feral Surge damage, and your Blast Chill damage. For Stabomancer, it increases the class feat crit chance. For Graveborn, it increases the damage of both of your action skills, which is huge on its own. It increases Blast Gasp damage. It does something different for each class, but class power is very impactful depending on class. I'd say the least impactful ones would be Clawbringer and Stabomancer class power, or like the lowest priority because they just affect the things you're least likely to care about. But in terms of class power for other ones, very, very impactful on Spell Shot and Spore Warden in particular. It's good on Berserker. It's very good on Graveborn as well. Got a Blank Slate with 40% bonus all damage, and shit's been carrying me through the game. Haven't found anyone better, to be honest. Blank Slate can be really good if you get specific rolls, yeah. Hand over the armor, no one gets hurt. Let's roll for more armor. 59% is the amount of spell damage you get per stack, right? Is it the 10% default times 1.59? Yeah, it's times 1.59. It's easy. So it takes the per stack value and just mults it. So 10% per stack, and the individual stack gets multiplied by class power. So 16% spell damage per stack with that class power, if we round a little bit. And that's big. Or 59 per stack. No, it's 59%. It's 1.59. Yeah, that'd be. Ugh. What does ability point mean on blank slate? So if you get +2 ability rank on blank slate, it is a large amount. I believe it's 100% ability crit chance and crit damage. Now that is not a flat 100; it's a multiplicative 100. So you'll double whatever crit chance you have for ability. Imagine, yeah, that'd be crazy. I got a 1. I don't remember what 1 does. That's covered in the Discord. Smug was detailing exactly what it does. CZ probably knows too, actually. Really fun skeet build I've been running is using the auto magic with the tracker dart and reduce damage from massive mag size. Skeep an enemy and have a ricochet or AoE spell equipped and just unload into it. Probably not optimal, but very fun. That does sound like a lot of fun. On literacy. Something I like doing with Polymorph is using this gun, because a ×18 sticky shotgun is 36 instances of damage per trigger pull. And because I have a lot of reload speed, I can apply a lot of those. So, yeah, you can really spam hard with certain weapons. Auto magic is good, though. That's a good idea with the tracking. I like that a lot. I never get good passives on my deathless rolls. Like, I suppose I kind of want a spell shot clawbringer deathless to do a meme build. But I never get good passives. What damage do the stickies do? So the stickies are, shit, I don't remember the Borderlands 3 divide. I want to say it's 40-60 impact sticky. But Torg stickies get a multiplier based on how many you have applied to a target. So for this particular projectile count and mag size, it's an 18% bonus. So for every individual sticky you have applied, 40-60, thanks Chris. So 40% of the damage is dealt on impact, and then 60% is dealt on detonation. But part of the detonation formula, you get an 18% multiplier per sticky. So with 18 stickies applied, you see how crazy that gets. Hey Danny Dead, how you doing? What armor are you looking for? I'm looking for there's a couple different ones I'm keeping an eye out for. I want a Spell Shot, Spore Warden, Warped Paradigm that turns spell into ability damage. I want a Selective Amnesia with good damage passives of like anything, preferably Graveborn main. But also armor is just a good one to throw into, and you get build ideas from getting armor drops. Ooh, this is a smart armor with area damage. That's promising. Berserker Clawbringer. Melee crit chance. Yeah, see, that's worth picking up. I can maybe do something with that. Skill tree's good? Yeah, skill trees are great. How am I? I'm doing well. Hope you're well as well. I'll link the BL3 info if anyone wants these details, but it's likely overkill info here. Yeah. 60% on shot, 40% on reload. Just for which way it goes. Ah, so 60-40 instead of 40-60. Thank you. I knew it was 60-40, but I did not remember which direction it was in. And sticky math gets real weird with certain damage multipliers. Basically, Wonderland stickies are the values of the pre-nerf Borderlands 3 stickies. Very early in the life cycle of Borderlands 3, both Torg pistols and Torg shotguns had their sticky multipliers drastically decreased because they were crazy. Now, in Borderlands 3, in fairness, Flak and Moze in particular had access to ways of spamming far more stickies than we can easily in this game, although there's a Stabomancer method of applying a lot of stickies in this game that some people are doing. Using Universal Soldier and Stabo Capstone. You could also use spell shots, ammo refill, with Graveborn Capstone to do a similar thing. There's a few ways of applying excessive stickies in this game, but the point is it's harder in this game than it was in BL3. So from that perspective, it kind of makes sense why they didn't view the stickies as much of a problem, but I don't see this remaining as is long term. They're really strong.
Let's see how you handle it.
Which part of the server is all the item info located? So in the Wonderlands channels, you've got Wonderlands, you've got spoilers, and you've got curse testing. It's kind of distributed in those three. You've also got the resources channel, which has most of the spreadsheets and such that you'd be looking for. So check resources first. If it's not in there, then check the pins of each of the other channels I mentioned in the Wonderland section. And if it's not there, you can just you can ping someone for help, and can direct you appropriately. Curse testing is the channel where we tend to throw ideas for like, hey, I wonder if this works this way. Wonderland is just a general game discussion channel. Spoilers probably isn't going to see much use soon, but people still talking there because they were talking when the game came out, so just kind of active.
Fully stocked.
Like farming Caster, the big skeleton guy. Where is that one, by the way? I keep forgetting where that enemy is. I know the enemy, I just do not remember where he's located. Beanstalk map, side quest boss, right. Side quest, thank you. Couldn't remember if he was an obelisk or a side quest. Gotta use portal, get to him? Cool. I hate evil eye crabs. They're so rude. They do things like that. This build looks fun. It's a lot of fun. Stack your reload speed lets you use a bunch of weapons in interesting ways. Let's change it up a little bit. What's left of Driftwood? The portal is next to an orange vendor by itself. Cool, thank you. The Carouser is a very powerful black powder sniper, and it's one-shot reload, but if you have fast reload speed, you can spam it very quickly. Like this. There's lots of weapons that work out this way. You can use this for inferior chucking as well. It really helps you chuck into walls and down yourself immediately. That's the big takeaway from that. Hey, Arcane Bolt. Always love having more of those. Time skip. This one's fun. I just like the animation. neuron activation. How exactly is non-headshot crit chance calculated? So guns can crit on crit spots as you're used to, but everything, unless otherwise stated, this includes guns, can also crit based on your crit chance without hitting crit spot. And those crits are functionally identical to weak spot crits, based on what we currently know anyway. So guns have crit spots, everything else crits based on crit chance. Guns can also crit based on crit chance, though.
You're not even my first today. You better somebody to tell us something titanium. Even without a war.
What spell is the hand railgun one? That is the laser hand. That is the laser hand.
I've got all the magic.
Enemies are not very aggressive on this one, are they?
I'm gonna be coming back as one of those skeletons, you toad-wart.
Is finding all loot dice necessary on all characters so tedious? No, Chasmtaz, not necessary at all. I only have that done on one character. And most of the characters that I play are at half or fewer of the loot dice. If you're a Chaos Chamber player, you're gonna be just fine loot-wise with even a moderate amount of loot dice. I'd recommend getting the easy ones to get, like the ones that are on your way while you're doing major stuff. You know, have some amount.
Like a dairy farmer.
But as long as you keep some loot luck gear around and you have at least some of them, you're fine. You don't need to refarm all of them. Now, dedicated farmers, you're the kind of player that's going to want more loot dice, but you can just use one character as your dedicated farmer. If there's an item with a source that you want to go after, just use that character to go after the source, and you don't have to worry about the dice on the others. Simple as that. I'm not seeing people use Called Shot and Spore Warden because it's situational or just bad. Called Shot, is that the ADS one? Cosmic Owl? Have you tried the Sawmill? I love the Sawmill, Mr. Arblock. I've been looking out for ×3 chaotic or volatile Sawmills. That's something that is on my wish list, for sure. Love that gun. Very high DPS. It's like the BL3 Sandhawk. It's a sniper rifle. You can't shoot for very long, but it does really high DPS while you can shoot it.
You're nothing but a skate hugger.
Yes, so the thing with that is you're unlikely to be ADSing for very long anyway, Al. You don't have lifesteal, so you're gonna want to interrupt and do other actions like moving around, casting spells, using your action skill. You're just unlikely to ADS for very long at all. And there's other things of value in the tree, so Called Shot's just kind of like, eh. Like, for example, for a lot of the higher end gun builds on Spore Warden, you're going to be using Barrage periodically to trigger your enchantments. So, like, you can't Barrage while ADSing. So you're going to reset the bonus every 10 seconds anyway, if not more frequently. It's just kind of impractical. Now, maybe for some sort of spicy one-shot, you could trigger your enchant and then ADS and walk into the arena ADSing for 9 seconds, but, I don't know. Smith rank carried all characters? Yes. It just doesn't turn on that character until it's 40. But yeah, Smith rank is cross character. Just doing the raid boss, I was ADS for quite a bit. Yeah, I might play around with it, just want a bit more info. Yeah, it's not that the bonus on it is bad. The bonus on it is fine. It's just, it's difficult to get uptime on the bonus is all. If you can find a situation where you can have that uptime without losing out on other things, then by all means. I have so many maps that just need 1 or 2 dice, and I'm being stubborn about using guides not on my breaking point yet. Understandable, J-Bridge. Dragon Lord. Yo, Swin, thank you for the 14 months. Looking forward to text-to-speech doing that one. I use Twister, though. It hits really hard. Twister does good damage. Also, I like it for crowd control purposes on individual enemies and flying enemies.
Fire. There you go, Quack.
Swinlanam quag shy swinlanam quag shy qua quag hype qua swinlanam qua quag hype.
Very nice text-to-speech. Lived up to expectations. Any ideas for slam builds yet? There's an amulet that makes an effect on slamming. Maybe that could be built around. Actually, that's fine. Thank you for doing that, Dragon Lord. Appreciate you. Oh, maybe I don't. I didn't mean to go down 3 times there. I meant to go down once. Slamulet. I like that. Weep Wild Agnes. Thank you for access. The name was... I was blanking on the name. So I accidentally killed an ad that I didn't mean to do. Awkward. A big thing with using Gluttony aggressively with Curse Wit like that is banking ads for death saves, and I didn't do a good job. That's on me. I did not do a good job. I should break my Curse Whip before I enter the arena, but I didn't. There we go.
Forgotten before they hit the ground. You won't be needing that.
The forces of evil are mine to command.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
You haven't seen.
Okay, there we go. Welcome in cinnamon color. Kill me.
Attack!
I wish his health bar didn't bug out like this. It's a bit annoying.
You're all brand new. No backstory.
Trying for a shot build like this for a while. I can go over the spec and stuff after this. Cut down the spam just a little bit there, cinnamon color, okay? If you're gonna sit there and spam emotes and nothing else, I'd like to remind you there's a bunch of other people who would like to read chat, and that doesn't help. Thank you. If I'm playing a Ricochet Spore Warden, would crit ability damage be the way to build it? Would complement that Stabbo? Just go gun damage. Just go gun damage, because the barrage is going to benefit from gun damage. As is your gun itself. And global boosts are gonna help because those get double dipped by the ricochet, as do elemental boosts, like CZ said. So just build like a traditional gun build. Don't worry about it. You'll get some ability damage naturally in your skill tree, and that'll be enough. You see that shotgun? Yeah, after the kill, absolutely. It'll surprise you a little bit if you haven't seen it already. This shotgun right here. I've been farming for upgrades for a while, but I've not gotten lucky. You play the angles based on your gun, so it does way more with gun bonuses. Right. It is a new instance, so it does double dip global bonuses. Those are really nice. But the ability damage is something you'll get naturally from the tree. Don't really need to focus on that. How you doing, Nanimo? Good to see you. In terms of the build, we max prestidigitation, 5 out of 5. We get an extra 3 from our class mod, or armor rather. We also get an extra point in high thread count from our armor, which is really nice. You get that shotgun from Chaos? Yeah, I got it from a bunny in Chaos Chamber. Magic Bullets converts spell damage to gun damage. That's why Spell Shot's so good with guns, really. One Spell Sniper, get down the tree later on. We've got just warming up for when we use our White Rider for ranged needs, for the most part. We don't want Mage Armor because we want Glass Cannon in order to keep our Cursed Wit broken. Font of Mana doesn't do much for us here because we're using Ambihextrous and Capstone, so spell cooldown is irrelevant, action skill cooldown is irrelevant. High thread count is just amazing. More spell weaving stacks equals be better at everything as a spell shot. Imbued weapon is, gun do more damage. Double knot is spell do more damage. One slot, one kill, gun do more damage. And sever the thread. Spells don't have cooldowns. A really lovely spell shot tree here. And then for Berserker, we just take the damage stuff. Unarmored defense is one of the best general use skills in the entire game, so we take that for sure. Blood Frenzy helps us maintain our Enraged duration. We only get Enraged from Relentless Rage when we get out of Save Your Soul. So Enrage is kind of a secondary thing here, but Berserker just has really good tree stuff here. And if you wanted even more reload speed, you could take it here. I've just opted for damage and other things. Just gonna have to wait on vending. 30k loot luck, I don't see a whole lot of blues. I'm going for purples. But I've not gotten a 2-mag purple in this element yet. Pop. It's something I'm keeping an eye out for. I'm just using blue out of necessity, I'm just unlucky. You can get a better one than this. Let's see. Let's go for shotgun upgrades. Sword Explosion sucks. Like, I get a bunch of ×5s, and it's just like, ×13s are the next best to ×18s, by the way. They still get the high sticky mult and you can get the same mag size denominations as the times 18s. So times 13s are also acceptable, but I want the times 18s, and I'm never lucky. See, that's a times 1. Times 1 gets a 30 mult, but it's 1. And it's 1 ammo per shot, so it takes a while to bottom out to reload. See, this times 5 has an 18 mult, but it's only times 5. Another times 1? How? Chaotic Hawkins Wrath. 5% mult on that? That's not really inspiring. Not very inspiring at all. But yeah, this is proof of me being rather unlucky with these shotgun farms. Times 6.
How shall I become deadlier next?
Volatile Boilermaker. Wasted on that item. Is chat bogged? What do you mean? Need parse matter emote. What does all can do? It makes stickies that home in when they explode. Keep getting a disconnected chat message, probably me. Huh. Could be Twitch having some problems. That does happen from time to time. Ooh, a Ludite. With good parts. Okay, this is the exact parts you're looking for on this, except this is not elemental. I want an elemental one. But this is the goal, chat. This pistol right here, this will be, if you ever find one of these out in the wild, one of the highest DPS bossing items you can get in this game. Times 3, crossbow barrel, you want the one that says increased damage. Not increased melee damage, increased damage. This thing right here, that's what you want. It can roll elements. Ideally you want it in elements to match certain types of boss health bars, but there you go. You buy it and use moon orbs? Yeah, I can. Just, I have elemental versions of this already, which are better for me. Like, see, I have a fire one. And a cryo one, which are a little bit better for my purposes. I could buy this non-elemental one and use it for getting through shields, though. So it might not be a bad idea for me to buy it. I'm just kind of strapped for inventory space. I have one spot open and my bank is full. I could drop that. I grabbed it. I can use it for shields until I get a shock one. How am I doing on moon orbs? Decent. Decent. Okay. Let's go back to the new build. The speed build. Let's try and do some fast runs. Amara-ish. And always check these vendors. Some really good stuff in here sometimes. Even if you're just loading in to toggle your chaos level, always check the vendors first. And whenever you're doing this chaos level toggle thing, equip loot luck items, because it is like snapshotted on changing maps. Let me grab some loot luck items, actually. I can actually clear out some of these for sale. Being able to mark items in the bank as junk and then take them all out and just sell them is very nice, by the way. So I did make a little space that way. Alright, I gotta have a ward with loot luck somewhere in here, right? There's a loot luck enchant you can only get on ward. But I might not have one available for this character, which is not a big deal. Yeah, I don't have one. Loot luck amulet then. Do I have one of those? Yeah, that's a 17.5. There we go. There we go. Are there any, Ferrari chucks that get buffed by melee damage? I don't know if there are any that get buffed directly, Karma. There's a couple I've not tested in depth. You always have the option of, Warped Paradigm. Stuff. Make melee increase spell, and then, spell shot make spell increase gun. You could go roundabout that way. I've seen the Bradluck amulet. Yeah. I have one equipped right now, Alshin. See, it just hit me. Bradluck. Think you're gonna clean up your bank? I doubt that all the items there are good enough to ever see play. Yeah, I'll have to clean it up at some point, Courtney Human. Yeah. Hey, Ginger Boy, how been liking the game? It's been great. It's been great. Not sarcasm. Love the games that make you wear loot pajamas. It do be like that sometimes. Okay, here's a question for you, chat. What's the fastest you've done a chaos chamber run so far? Putting points into Dex makes it basically like Flax Capstone. Not quite, me, Mr. Mustard. So the thing with crit chance, well, first let's talk about Megavore. Flax Megavore was a 20% flat crit chance for bullets to crit without hitting a crit spot. Bullets. Crit chance in this game is on anything unless otherwise stated. So more than just bullets. This includes status effects, spells, companion damage, the melee, everything. And the way crit chance works in this game is Dex crit chance multiplies your base. So you don't get a flat 56% crit chance here. This is a 1.56 to your individual crit chance for each thing here. So you see each of my things have different crit chance. The base of 5, and ability 9.8, companion 9.8, gun 9.8. Melee is 46.3 because I have some bonuses to that. Spell is 24.9 because I have some bonuses, and status effect is also 9.8. It's multiplicative chance. Oh god, why is that a bad thing, JJ? That makes it more balanced. That means that getting a gun that has plus 150% crit chance on the card, that's a thing. That's black powder magic barrels. That doesn't mean you crit every time always. It means it takes your base 150% mult, so you crit a lot more often. It means you gotta build towards the dream of always critting. And it means Stabos from the Shadows skill always has value. That is worse? Yeah, it's not worse. It's more balanced. It's better this way. Helps so much, greatly appreciate it. Very welcome. Lazy Data figured out the crit formula before launch, even. I'm sure we'll be tweaking some things with post-launch, gear things and whatnot. But it is one of the things pinned in the resources channel in the Discord.
It's a bit dull.
So I still have not gotten a sub 9-minute run yet. I've gotten a few in the 9 minutes, but I want to get a sub 9. Gotta get a really good seed though. We need a good featured week for speedrunning, because the last featured one was Dragon Lord, and that's not exactly speedrun friendly. Getting Lechance or Parasite would be fastest. Lechance, Parasite, Zomboss, or Banshee would be fastest. You could make Nightmare pretty fast, honestly. But not Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord is just the slowest. Dragon Lord or Drill would be the slowest, I should say. Kinetic friction. Is freezing determined by your gun's damage? In part, yes. There is a stat called Cryo Efficiency that it acts as a multiplier and enables you to freeze a bit faster. Now, Berserker in Tree has a skill that increases that efficiency, so it'll mean your freezing will be a little less dependent on damage than it otherwise would if you're a Berserker spec into that skill. But yes, more cryo damage does help you freeze more efficiently, because damage is a function of efficiency. Or efficiency is a function of damage, I suppose, technically.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I changed my amulet. I did. Hey CZ, are you still here? What build is this? This is my new one I put together last night. This is a selective amnesia build. So the selective amnesia armor that taking damage causes you to ignite and move faster and deal more damage based on how fast you're moving. Well, I'm using the Graveborn's Reaper of Bones action skill to constantly trigger that effect and have permanent uptime on it as long as my action skill is active. So I zoom around with a lot of increased damage, constantly taking damage, and I do big damage. Think he's away? Send him your question though. Oh, I was just gonna ask him if there's any changes to the cryo efficiency attribute. Thank you, Pupsy. I appreciate it. I was gonna ask him if cryo efficiency itself is different than in BL3. Because he mentioned earlier that that it's easier to freeze, but I don't remember if it was the specific attribute. What was the cause of that? This Grave Stabbo? It sure is. Sure is, Giraffe Cat. Got a burgeoning hammer and anvil. If you're familiar, does the hammer act as a companion? I don't believe it does, but you know, I'm not 100% on that, Fumokaze. I've only used that ward for a very brief amount of time, so I'm not certain. If I get one to drop, like during this run, I can test it out. And, a good indicator is if you get a minimap icon for it, it's likely a companion. You can also look at the bottom of your screen and see if you get an extra stack of Faithful Thralls. Which is on my buff bar currently, it's the third from the left, is my Faithful Thralls count. Vampire, Ancient, Twin Soul, Chaotic, not bad at all.
Nothing like a little mass and organization to get the blood pumping.
Accidentally picked up an item. What did I pick up? Easier to freeze because the threshold is 70% instead of 80% at the bottom health bar. It'd be quite hard to test in game right now. Old guy might be who we look to for this. Ooh, thank you, Swan. Thank you. Yeah, so the threshold changing is interesting. Yeah, testing cryo efficiency in BL3, even with all the testing tools we had, was still super difficult. And you had people like Stone Swan and some old guy doing the lion's share of that. I was never good at testing that particular thing. Also, there was all the weird stuff that gave cryo efficiency also giving damage, stuff that gave status effect chance giving cryo efficiency, and it was never consistent. It was a big old ball of spaghetti. Pretty non-impactful since a lot of people didn't care about freezing because most bosses couldn't freeze, but it was still a thing. Relate it for you? Thank you, Pupty. I appreciate it.
When our contract is done.
Love when you can tell the VAs that came from BL3, like Lance being Chad and Tooth Fairy's Pretty Boy. Yeah. Zomboss is Genevieve. Of course, Paladin Mike is Lorelai's VA. Who I'll reiterate is a fantastic human being. Just like, even outside of their work. She's a cool person.
I've got the juice. My arcane arsenal's empty.
Transistor. Dark magic resistant transistor. I'll take that. I'd want a fire resistant transistor the most, I suppose. But meh. Love that in-game it's confirmed it's Lorelai, not just the VA. Yeah, it's cool. Lorelai's voice is not pleasant for me to listen to. No, to each their own. I personally don't mind it. I find Lorelai to be a cool character, and Paladin Mike by extension. But different strokes. Ammo capacity, yes please. Reaper of Bones is so much damage. Crazy. There's some very passive enemies. Ugh. Red Slicer. First thought would be to use Greyborn and Spell Shot or Berserker for this. Why Stabo? Move fast. Move fast for damage. This this setup is primarily suited to, in terms of the secondary class, Stabomancer or Spore Warden. because they have large amounts of movement speed. Spore Warden Ricochets would also be great for this build. I'm staying away from Spore Warden for this currently to avoid a bug. A beneficial bug that I do not want to build around. Stabbomancer moves fast. And also, there's a cool thing you can do with getting back cooldown. I won't have time to show off here because I think the boss will be too dead, but if my Reaper does happen to end, I can show it off. Oh no, Reaper is ending. Cool, beautiful. Stabbo has a lot of melee speed, so if you combine that with a Goblin Pickaxe with an Ancient Hilt, you can spam melee attacks and get back your Reaper of Bones very quickly, as I just did. And that's fun. Better Reaper uptime with Stabbo is the TLDR of that. So Stabbomancer, tankier than Spellshot. Also, sometimes you just don't want to play Spellshot, you know? You know what the cap of Swift Death is? I've not mathed it out yet, Dominic. Was a Spore Warden bug? So each Chaos Chamber run you do will give you a phantom copy of your Mushroom Companion up in the sky. If you ever see it say Mushroom Companion in the sky a bunch of times, yeah, you have a bunch just up there. They can't die, they can't interact with combat or anything, so normally it's not a problem. But if you are a Graveborn, you have this skill, Fateful Thralls, which gives you extra damage for each companion you have. Those fake Mushroom Companions count towards that cap, meaning each time you do a run, you will get this bonus. You'll get another stack of this bonus. And I do not want that.
This one's going click. Back out.
I like that this boss has animation tells. It telegraphs very hard, but there's a lot going on, so they can be easy to miss. It means there's a learning curve to this. I like it a lot.
There is not a drop of that remaining.
Failed at pinging it. Luckily, it was very kind for where it went. Bad angle. There we go. With my last bullet. Secret bosses are a good way to mix in raid bosses with the new dungeon mechanics. Absolutely, Pico. I agree. What do you roll for a +2 to LOE? LOE. Oh, Lord of Edges. I get +1 for my class mod, but Stallion just happened to give me an extra 1. So yeah, I have 3 in Lord of Edges right now. 1 from skill point, 1 from armor, 1 from Butt Stallion. First time I've seen yellow, holy shit, it's cool. It is, right, Mustard? Yellow's my favorite one. Yellow's my favorite one, for sure. That's why when I farm chambers, I see like 6 mushroom companions in my companion build. Luckily I'm using Fallen Spores and no Fabled Thralls. Yeah, Dominic, yeah. Body rune. Always take body runes. Right, Kevin? That was a weak meow. Come on, what's your deal? What do you want? You just want a head pat? Okay, good cat. First, I really like green, but the more I've done, I think it's my least favorite. I think green is my least favorite too. It's not that I dislike it, it's just that I really, really like yellow the most. Massive Elemental Blast. Elemental Blast can get that kind of damage? Huh. Extra projectile as well? We'll take that. That's cool. Something to look out for and looking at builds then. Yeah, there's a couple things you want to screen with builds. Just generally if you want to assess how powerful a build is. Short little checklist. This is a useful clippable thing. Look for myth rank. If they do not show you their myth rank, keep in mind that each myth rank quadrant has a stat that is uncapped. So you can potentially have unlimited gun damage, spell damage, melee damage, or ability damage in a build. Remember, on top of that, that Warped Paradigm is a thing, so you can convert one of those to another stat. Keep an eye out on people's myth rank. The other thing is the Mushroom Companion bug combined with Faithful Thralls. If you see a bunch of Mushroom Companions in the sky, they are getting hundreds of global damage, and a lot of stuff in this game double dips. If you're familiar with Moses' Short Fuse, Amara's Ties That Bind, Amara's Remnant, Amara's Indiscriminate, all those things double dipped, and there's more double dipping in this game than in Borderlands 3, with bigger numbers on those things that double dip, so keep that in mind. You also want to look out for Buffmeister use. A lot of builds can slap a Buffmeister on and pretend to do damage, but do they do damage without the Buffmeister? Keep that in mind. Is Deathless with Lord of Edges worth it? That's a lot of damage and a lot of damage reduction. I think if you were going to do a Deathless setup, Dominic, you would want Lord of Edges for sure. Quick question. I've just started my Stabbomancer and decided to do a melee damage story playthrough. What would be a good second class? Berserker. Berserker. Did not get an increase for equipment companion boost. Hammer also does not show up on a mini-map. Thank you for testing, Swin. I appreciate it. Alright, what do we roll here, chat? There's shotgun stuff I want, there's sniper stuff I want, there's launcher stuff I want, there's melee stuff I want, and there's armor. So, what do you think? Armor, melee, shotgun, sniper, or launcher? I'm indecisive. Lawn chair. Shotgun for the purple. I put so much into the shotgun one. Launcher. I'm leaning launcher. Say shoddy. I put so much into the shotguns, it's getting so discouraging. Maybe we split. I'll start launcher. We got a bunch of pulls. That's a really high dot on Cannonballer. 2.5k? Maybe that's the use of launchers in this game. At least the main use. Make some room for that. What can I drop? I guess I don't need this marshmallow. It's a chaotic marshmallow, but what's the dot value on that? Yeah, no, I don't need that. Trying to decide what I want to do next. I'll do some shotgun, see if I get any luck. Show your skill tree? Yeah, let me roll these out first. How does Clawbringer shine endgame as well as co-op? Initially started as Clawbringer, then made a forward bit down the line, but finding greater success. Clawbringer is the class that you're looking at. You're gonna need the most investment into. To to get it to shine, but it's absolutely viable. It's just, it's more of an uphill battle than some of the other classes. Ooh, that's the ×4 launcher. Okay, it's 33 on ×4. Still, that's good. 2 ammo per shot, 33. That's one of the launchers we've been looking for. Okay, cool. I don't need all these fucking buff meisters. I don't use this thing ever. Goodbye, get out of my inventory. Load buster. We're just gonna bust some loads, okay, chat? What are your must-have purples right now? I know about the Nightshade and some spells. What are some other purple options? Body rockers, you definitely want to look out for. I'm using a blue, and it's still extremely endgame viable. You want to look out for Fear Knots with the Hydra part, are very good. You want Ludites. That's the Torg crossbow barrel pistols. You want that in ×3. Make sure you get the damage version of the crossbow, not the melee damage. Those are really, really, really good. Other ones. You can get kettle drums. I've had 21s. I'm keeping an eye out for 25s. Those are black powder shotguns, stagecoaches, if you're familiar with BL3 terminology. Body rockers in the house today. Yeah. What else? I want to mess around with these load busters. They're ×4 Torg sticky launchers with a 33 sticky mult and 2 shots before you have to reload. That could be really, really good. There's lots of purples. There's so many. It's hard to list. ×3 Torg ARs, encapsulators. Those are also very good. I haven't tested them yet, but ×4 Stoker ARs seem like they might have good card DPS, because they have saw blades. Oh, cat opened the curtain there. Kevin, what are you doing? There you go. See the difference between blackout curtains and not? Crossbow masher, yeah. Masher, black powder ARs and pistols with crossbow barrel. Very good. There's a lot of really good purples in this game, the forward. And all these can come in blue. I don't know if all of those can come in blue. I know body rockers can, I know these launchers can. I don't know about the Ludites. I don't know about the crossbow barrel stuff. Should be able to. How do saw blades differ from arrows? Different delivery, I suppose, would be the best way to explain it. They kind of travel differently. Functionally, they fill a similar role, though. Interesting. Blue Cake has a lower dot than Cannonballer. Lower card damage, makes sense. Cannonballer on its alt-fire mode is going to be more total hits than a Blue Cake. Also easier to deliver. Cannonballer might be the dot gun. It's ×3 load buster. Thoughts on all these rockets kind of nuts? Yeah, I'm thinking rocket launchers might be the move on dot builds. It's a chaotic ×3 load buster. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, this is a ×1 boot knocker with a 33 mult. So I've seen both a ×1 and a ×4 with a 33 mult. That's going to be part dependent then. We knew that, but it's nice to have confirmation in front of our faces. Cannonballer come elemental? Yeah, Stone. Here, I'll show you. This fire one, 2700 dot. Not even chaotic. It's got a chaotic twister with 3 charges? 3 charges, Nitro? Holy shit. Can you post that in Discord? So I know what to look for. I want that. Twister with multiple charges, that sounds really good. Gimme. Gimme. Volatile launcher here. 8K on the big boy rocket? Huh. Huh. What do you think about big boy rockets to apply dots? Big boy build. Alright, this is getting cluttered over here, so it's hard to see the launchers at all. So let's go over here and hit some shotguns for a bit. There are only 2 legendary launchers, or there more. There's Blue Cake, there's Cannonballer. Is there a third one? I know there's some blue ones. Some blue uniques. Ooh, it's another Times 4 load buster. I can't think of a third legendary launcher off the top of my head. At the moment. I don't need that. Don't need that either. Yes, hi cat. Where shall I post it? Wonderland's channel, I suppose, would work. If you want to, like, share a save file with that, if you're on PC, you could totally just put that in community save file channel. We'll pet the cabin. Stoker has to have one. I haven't seen one. I'm on Xbox. Pain. That's okay. It's okay. Congrats though, Nitro. That's a hell of a drop. Now that we know that you can get that many charges on a Twister, that's something to keep an eye out for sure. Times 10 goop shoot. Goop shoot. Yeah, how we doing today, chat? How are your collective goop shoots feeling? A volatile stovepipe is like okay, but I don't like that damage delivery. All out of goop. Good job. I'm proud of you. You did a good job, de-gooping? First mini-boss of the day was Pigwort, not a good sign. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Spriggan. A non-chaotic Spriggan is still 83 damage? Like, I have to buy that. In case I brick one of my many other Spriggans I bought from vending machines, I have to buy that. I'll put away these launchers. Go again. Friendly minor show skill tree. Ah, thank you for reminding me. Cordon Human. I have terrible short-term memory. Yeah, so Graveborn down to Capstone. And Stabbo down to Elusive 1-point sneak attack. So we have 2 out of 1 Lord of Edges from our armor. We have extra points in Arsenal and sneak attack from our armor as well. Faithful Thralls, Dark Hydra as always. Max Dark Pack to boost Reaper of Bones. Sanguine Sacrament, because always take that. Dread Covenant sometimes helps us extend our Reaper a little bit if our Lich is paying enough attention.
Their faces in darker hands. My arcane arsenal empty. Magic up. Things are about to
That's fast room. I don't like either of those, but we'll take it. Trade out fast on this one. That was a fast first room. Invite me to a coffee. Maybe later today. Using Stabbo's crazy melee speed with that ancient hilt pickaxe lets us get Reaper back super fast, and I love it. You just wail on one target for a little bit, then you heal off any of the damage you took when you activate Reaper again. Liquid Cooling is not an okay gun, to be honest. Liquid Cooling is simply good. There are guns that do more DPS. They tend to be a little more conditional than Liquid Cooling. Liquid Cooling is not the highest DPS in the game. It is up there, but it's not the highest. It also is extremely ammo hungry, and in particular for the raid bosses in this game, since you have to do them all consecutively with limited ammo, you cannot expect a Liquid Cooling only build to hold up to something like that. You need to have other damage dealing options. So, in my opinion, that does balance it out a fair bit. Telly Lock 2. To an element that doesn't really hurt it much, but you're on normal or extended runs. When I'm doing, like, runs for loot, and not just for fun, I tend to do extended. When I'm playing with friends, I do extended as well. For stream, I tend to prioritize normal runs, because it lets me change builds more often, or show things from my bank more often, if I feel the need to. There's a spider on my wall. That's a big one. Kevin, kill the spider. Hey, Boom. How you doing? We going Sonic speeds? We sure are. Just die and get ammo back. That's slow. Also inefficient. Also not really sustainable in a group setting. Because if you're running 4 players, and they're all using liquid coolings, and they all run out of ammo, and they all choose to die, well, that's more than the total lives you start with. So, not really a play I would recommend.
I've got the juice. The final hour.
Oh, that was a bonus. Oh well. Does Dire Sacrifice do ability damage? Yes.
Being the avatar of death really takes it out.
The hammerhead was rude. I was just trying to get my cooldown. He's ragdolling me too much. Deaths are shared? Yes. Parasite, nice.
Recharge. I'm all out of spell stuff.
What was the time on that? 8:01, almost the sub 8, chat. Let's go. I've been grinding for sub 9. That was so close to sub 8. If we hadn't gotten bad density on that second to last map, that would have been a sub 8. Let's go. Haven't been able to play the game much, so I don't know yet what endgame farming like compared to 3s where you had such low chance of getting the role you want. There's some that are really tough, Ginger Boy. There's some situations that I hope they resolve, in particular in the enchantment department. Feels good. 1 second behind my PB. Man is zooming. How you doing, Underworld? Yeah, I just put this build together yesterday. I'm still optimizing. My armor's still really bad. If I had a little more damage on the armor, if I had a move speed stat on the armor, yeah, I think with some good seeds, we could definitely get into the 7s for this. Chanting's rough, still working on getting what I want, yeah. I'm screenshotting this one. This was a good run. Critical Connoisseur was kind of neutering our damage a little bit too. Chat, engage with this tweet for me. Yo, Ducky Dino, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Holy. At it again. Thank you so much. Total 65 in the channel, coming out of nowhere. Thank you so much. You're ridiculously generous. If you got gifted a sub by Ducky Dino, please toss some love their way. Thank you so much. What does a Bronco Buster do? It's like the Band of Sidorak. It's got a low capacity, fast recharge rate, short recharge delay. It also has a built-in brimming part. So it fills up very quickly and very often.
She's just a girl and she's
Thank you so much, Ducky Dino. I really appreciate it. But yeah, engage with the tweet if you guys can. So I want to see what kind of times we get here. Busts Broncos. Also true, I suppose.
Give a skull some room.
This build would also go faster in the Spore Warden variety. In some of the denser mobbing. Not faster as in literally moving faster, but kill faster as in the ricochets would help a lot.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
And a ricochet from an ad hitting a boss would apply Wrath of Nature to that boss, and then that would be some real crazy damage output.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
But this is good for now.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Ooh, Selective Amnesia, Spell Shot Berserker. Interesting combo. That's a lot of fire rate, a little bit of reload swap speed on the skills. Gun crit chance. It was interesting on the surface, but kind of a dud.
Okay, not that far.
Twin Soul with Echo and Rampage. I want Echo and Amp.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Similar build, but my secondary Spore Warden, full companions. Yeah, the thing with that Underworld is I'm avoiding Spore Warden on this build currently because of the bug. If you do consecutive Chaos Chamber runs, you get infinitely stacking Mushroom Companions for free damage from Faithful Thralls. So you're stacking up hundreds of global damage due to a bug. That's why I'm not using that class combo at the moment, because I would have to save quit after every run. And then I gotta toggle Chaos for my loot luck as well. And I just don't want to deal with the hassle. I don't like benefiting from bugs, so I'm going Stabbo until that's fixed. Otherwise, I would have to spec out of Faithful Thralls.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
And yeah, I don't want to do that. Let's go armor on this. Hopefully get a better Selective Amnesia.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Toggling loot luck gets rid of the extra companion too. Does it? Cool.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Still annoying, but slightly less so.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
What is my loot luck on this character? Hello? Oh, yeah, it's low. Okay.
She's just a girl.
Oof.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I could maybe use a few more dice on this character. Just like a few.
These hands are
Yeah, I need a better Selective Amnesia.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
The skills on this one are pretty good. 2 out of 1 Lord of Edges is very nice.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Like, this is all good up here. And it's got gun damage, but the ability damage is doing nothing for me. I'd really like to have
She's just a girl and
movement
she's on
speed
fire.
instead of that ability damage. That would make a big difference. I don't want to hunt all the dice again. Yeah. What's the damage like from the trail? With everything up, it can kill weaker enemies, but it's not really a huge selling point of the effect. But it's definitely nice when, you know, the little mini mushrooms or the things that come out of the cloud enemies, I forget the names, when those run into the fire and they just die, that's satisfying. Berserker gives more healing and health instead of melee speed and speed. Seems like another decent option as well. Problem with that, Cordon Human, is the class feat. If you go Berserker with a selective amnesia, the fire will constantly cryo you. Have you seen more than 3 Dark Hydras? If you get extra points in the skill from your armor, you couldn't have more than 3 Dark Hydras out, yeah. There's no option to put enchantment on a Great Bow, do you know why? Yeah, Great Bow can't be enchanted. Or at least used Great Bow can't be enchanted. So, the untouched Great Bow... Here, let me pull one up in the bank. See, so the antique Great Bow. Very, very high card damage. Red text says, it'd be worth a hefty sum if it was never fired. Now this can be enchanted. But, as soon as you shoot it, it changes into a different item, the used antique Great Bow, which has significantly less damage and value and cannot be enchanted. Dark Hydra is bugged, only summons 3 regardless, points being higher than 3. Oh, interesting. Hopefully that gets fixed. I'd not messed around with a Dark Hydra skill class mod yet, so it's good to know. Tip to folks who hate the little exploding bugs, if there's water between you and them, shoot the water. The elemental gun takes them all out as they pass over it. Yes, just don't go in that water yourself, because it will take you out even faster. As I'm going through a new playthrough, I'm saving XYZ points of collectibles for that teleport tool. Might help someone down the line. Cool. It just exists to troll. It's a funny gimmick item. I'm collecting Great Bows because I want to have a character save and I want to see what content I can do with an inventory full of Great Bows. You can have 70 in your backpack, 4 equipped, and if you're spell shot, you can force a 71st item into your inventory with ambidextrous stuff. But yeah, so you can have 74 Great Bows on you. I want to see if you can clear content with 74 Great Bows, using each one only once. Amp damage Great Bow memes. Yeah, boss one-shots with Great Bow as well. You can definitely one-shot a boss with a Great Bow, for sure. Like, that's really high card damage. Look at this chat. Yeah, 4,300. The Dark Magic one doesn't get the card penalty for that. Was it like that before the buff to Dark Magic base element? I don't know. But yeah, 4,300 times 7 is a lot. You run Amp on that. Maybe the Spore Warden short fuse like enchant, if you can get that on there.
Pause and reflect.
Yeah, you could definitely one-shot a boss with that. Also, remind me, never choose a modifier again that spawns puddles on enemy death. 4 puddles per enemy, at least dealing cast 20 damage, what were they thinking? The only saving grace of that one, Mentalist, is that it also kills enemies, which is funny and cathartic. Accidentally nearly one-shot the mushroom boss, just accidentally firing it, not at all min-maxing it. Yeah. Great Bow is funny. I love the item.
Come on, have some fun. You go on ahead.
Let's see if we can get the sub 8. Check enemies. Not gonna get it with these spawns.
It's your funeral.
Make me want to do a run ignoring most of the orbs. It's gonna change your life. The crystals auto pick up when you change rooms. I was just told about this yesterday. So, yeah. Go off. Do your thing. Go forth. What? Yeah, blew my mind too. Huge quality of life win right there. These mages doing mortar shit is rude. Time to see if I can sub 7. Yeah, you get the right seed, then sub 8 is definitely possible. Sub 7, maybe? Sub 7 would require like a really good end boss. Like that'd be Parasite, Zomboss, Lachance. Lachance would probably be fastest. Although Parasite, you fall into the arena and it spawns like it's already there, so you could get pretty good movement bonus for damage. What action are the crystals automatically collected? Using a portal. The Skeleton Lich from the Beanstalk level in here. The Beanstalk? Yes? Yeah. Yeah, should be. Enemies? Ammo. I hate this map. I don't hate this map, I just hate the enemy spawn behavior on this map, I should say. These stuck gyro jets just increase the gun's damage. They increase the damage of all gyro jets stuck. And it functions as a base damage increase, basically, yeah. I timed that horribly. That was time lost. Preferred pecking order for portals, take at the end of an encounter. Dragon Lord always last. Yeah, I don't like taking the Dragon Lord portal. Because some of the modifiers are easy enough to manage. Some of them are just total fun killers. And I would rather just do fast runs that don't make me hate myself than grabbing a lot of modifiers from the Dragon Lord. Crystal 1 is always priority 1. Crystal Room is first priority for sure.
No more spells! Well, not all.
Orcanar, that's not really very fast. At least it's not Driller Dragon Lord though. What was that? It's probably like 9 something. 804. That was close. That was so close. Fuck. If it wasn't Vorcanar, that was the sub 8. Ah. Bah. Vorcanar's slow ass death animation is actually like 5 seconds long. Ugh. Den's build's good? Very much so. We have some room for upgrades as well, so I feel really good about this build. Yeah, sub 8 is in reach. Good loot luck is not. I might need to go get dice on this character, this is kind of rough. Also, what was the armor I picked up? Oh, it was bad. Well, skills are good. Movement speed on it's good. Just not a good... I'll just hold on to it anyway, whatever.
I see everything.
No. Okay, if I'm just getting purples, then I'll just go hit this. That works out for me. Adapt, improvise, overcome, chat. Because I want purples from this one, so... we'll just do that. 2 greens, okay. Gives you the choice of which pimple on the head you want to aim for. Gross visual, but completely appropriate for the topic, Mentalist. I agree. This is a good champ, by the way, chat. This is like a mult, so this is really good. So you swing a bunch, get a lot of damage. Okay, so I'm probably gonna keep grinding for sub 8 on this build. Yeah, this build's really good. I definitely want a better selective amnesia. What else could I improve here? I suppose obviously getting volatile or chaotic of this skeep. More Greyborn power is stronger Reaper of Bones. More frost damage is stronger liquid cooling. Spell slot's pretty much set. I suppose I could improve this ring here. Yeah, I could improve the rings a bit. But the melee weapon's all set, the gun is all set, the shield is all set. Just some stat upgrades in the other slots. So yeah, not a super long stream today. 5.5 hours. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Skeep, best to farm from the bunnies? Yeah, I'd say so, the forward. I'd say so. So tomorrow is my day off. With Wonderlands being so new, there's always the chance I stream on Sunday, but you know, I usually don't, and plan for me not to. So Monday, we'll be back. More Wonderlands and stuff. Let's find somewhere for us to go. But thank you guys so much for all the support, for all the generosity, all the chatting. This has been really cool, just as a community, tackling this new game. And Stream Archive channel is up and running once again. All streams unedited are uploaded there. And follow me on Twitter. Follow me here on Twitch if you haven't. I stream 6 to 7 days a week. And join the Discord. We got lots of community resources and cool stuff happening. Let's see who's on. Cookie Muncher's playing Elden Ring. Wolf is on Wonderlands. Pascaroni and Bird are on Wonderlands. Dame is on. Lazy's doing some grind as well. You know, let's go over to Lazy. Let's just see how's it going playing this game. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. You're just catching me as I'm ending Dutch. But it's fantastic, and I will be on with more of this on Monday. Figure we raid Lazy. It's where I'm going to be anyway. I like watching another person very passionate about builds and stuff, doing some high-end gameplay and whatnot. If you haven't already tried, I think Exploit Their Weakness could do surprisingly good damage to build. If it's a fresh mold, maybe. I'll have to try it out, Gordon. I'll have to try it out. But you guys are great. I'll see you over in Lazy's. Oh, raid message. Copy that. Tell Shrimmer to go faster. Some good-natured ribbing. I'll see you guys over there. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend. Until next time, bye.
Bringer melee as